This hangout is on the air live. This is pretty exciting. This is actually our second hangout of the day. And
our afterthought, our hangout afterthought.
This is a throwdown afterthought. Well put. See how we just improvise and come up with things right on the fly, but that's exactly what's going on. Well, everybody, welcome back. Zeta X here.
Yeah, and of course we're joined this time by Messenger and the brand new channel Element X. I'm sure you guys have seen his channel floating about. You must.
Welcome, Element X. Yes, I've checked him out. Right on, some really cool stuff going on, man. And maybe introduce yourself. Element X.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of echo going on.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
You got your headphones on?
That sounded pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah,
that sounded pretty cool, actually. Man, can we use that? Yeah.
Oh my God, hold on. I got it. I'm sorry, guys.
You got headphones?
I was, I had the YouTube channel pulled up, and I was watching the live stream, and it was echoing like a
just mute that. If you want to keep reading the messages on that and keep it open, you can just mute the page there.
Yeah, I got it. I'm sorry about that, guys. I think we're good now.
Okay.
Oops, let me send a hello, man. And, okay. Now we got to let everybody know that we're over here.
Well, I put it in the G+. Put it in the G+ alerts.
Okay, yeah, I can share it on G+ here. And,
Well, let's start with Element X. I mean, he's Element X. What's your initial thoughts on Mgtow? I mean, how have you found it? I mean, I think your channel's like 3 or 4 months old, or you've only been making videos for 3 or 4 months. I mean, how have you found the reception and the development as you've gotten further in?
Well, the biggest thing is, I kind of was a Mgtow, way before I discovered it. Because I had been through the relationships like everybody else has, and the thing that really struck me was the last relationship that I was in. It didn't go right, and I got away by the skin of my teeth because the girl that I was with had a child, right, and it wasn't mine. I was very stupid, so I got away with the skin of my teeth, and so that really woke me up, and I said, you know what, first of all, I'm not the kind of person that really likes to have that kind of companionship. I like to be able to be free. I like to be able to go and come as I please and not have to worry about other people, possibly tying me down, right? So then I went on Google one night, and then I typed in I think I discovered the Mgtow Reddit, and I was like, what is this? Because the symbol, it kept popping up all over YouTube, just in related to just me going on and searching it, right? I was like, what is the symbol, right? So I went on there and I discovered it, and that's kind of what led me into this journey. So it's beginning of this year is when I kind of really got into it, and I've been here since November now. So decided to open up a channel, and here I am.
okay.
So which channels do you watch then? I mean, who's your influences? I mean, who would you rate at the moment?
Well, I've been watching a lot. I mean, like Messenger's here. I've watched a lot of his content. I mean, he makes.
Oh, you're gonna make him blush.
I'm the angry one.
He really does. He really does make good content. And Shining, you also make good content. All of you guys make great content.
Thank you.
Traversable, you all. I mean, I said. I think I don't know if I said it in one of my earlier videos, but I watch your guys hang out all the time, right? So. You are the main guys that I really follow because, number one, you're older than me. I'm 21, and you guys have a lot of knowledge that I really feel that, it resonates with me, unlike a lot of other people are doing stuff. So that's just my view on it.
Well, Element, if I can just jump in there, here I am, a dude in his 50s, listening to that. I mean, you weren't sounding to me like a 21-year-old, and I totally got blown away. Okay, for the amount of knowledge you were coming across to me as a guy probably entering his 30s from a wisdom point of view. And this is just from your content. So I'm blown away, buddy. Well done. Kudos. Seriously.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, it's funny that you say that because I've just always been more mature for my age. I don't know if it's the fact of my educational background, or
Could
any
well
of that,
be.
but
Could well
yeah,
be.
I did go to private schools, throughout my life, and I guess part of that is due to the fact that I was able to get that education. But the other reason why, is just because I'm always interested in things that are like just things that people don't like to talk about. Because I find that, when I am hanging around older and more mature people, which I have been most of my life, I'm currently working with a company right now. I'm 21, and the guy is in his 40s, and I'm learning a lot from him. So I've just always had that ability to be exposed to people that were smart and people that were older than me. So I learned from that stuff.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, couple that with your background and your course of study. I mean, I'm looking forward to you really going places and add to the discussion, add to the conversation. I think you've accomplished that so far. I've definitely, hey, I'm subbed. So looking forward, buddy.
Okay, yeah,
Really, seriously,
give a little
you
shout
just
out.
go on. Total shout out for Element X, everybody.
Thank you guys very much.
Yeah,
Oh,
welcome.
hey, by all means, yeah. But it goes to show, guys, what we were talking about earlier. Element X here, just saying what he just said. Obviously, what we've been doing, getting together on Sundays, is definitely reaching out. Guys are tuning in, and, it's what I've said all the way along. This is prime example, one word. We say something in context, and, guys are going to wake up, or something's going to spark in them, and it's going to move them forward. So, we got to take this seriously in many regards. And it goes back to that etiquette thing we were talking about earlier too, as well. So watch what we say. Sometimes, really watch what we are saying and how it's going to get across.
So,
Yeah.
well, let's put this question. We put this question to all our newcomers, don't we? I mean, Element. I mean, where do you see Mgtow going? Where would you like to see Mgtow heading? I mean, we obviously we're just subject to the internet at the moment, and we're restricted just to
Yeah.
conversations online. I mean, where would you like to
It's
see?
kind of yeah, that's the big question, right? Like everybody's trying to figure out, how do we progress this thing? How do we make it go to the next level? Everybody's trying to figure, well, how do we do that? Is it the discussions? Is it the people? How do we make this network connect the way it needs to make? And the thing that I think Mgtow is really starting to affect a lot of men, and I think it's a positive effect, because what I see just on the news, particularly with the side effects of kind of what's going on in the world, that's going to drive a lot of social issues that are going to reflect how men behave in society, right? Because men are the ones that are going to be the ones that either go into combat, or they're going to be the ones that have to be suffering the consequences of whatever somebody else's evil or not evil wrongdoing. So I think that, if we get enough men to realize what is going on in terms of not just what women are doing to men, but what is the social problems that are pushing the issues that we're reflecting. Because if we can do that, we can influence other aspects such as political, financial, etc., to help incorporate the big message. I mean, I think Mgtow's going places.
It's interesting you said that. Messenger just shared RBK's last video, and he did touch upon that. He did say, Mgtow who want to get Mgtow who want to what did he call it? He wants to be activists. He says that who do activist activities. They Mgtow activists, and I do see it going that way.
I think
Steve Hoker touched on this earlier, and he said Mgtow is minuscule, and he's right, because we all have to come back to this space. If we don't come back here, we get corrupted by the outside world, the blue pill world, whatever we want to call it. If we spend too much time around those people, then they influence the way we think. So it is minuscule, and to be honest, people talk about critical mass. At one point, I thought we'd reached it, because Mgtow propagates itself, and people find it, and it is growing. But in the grand scheme of things, we're just tiny. Each individual one of us needs this space, because without it, we'll just go back into the real world, and eventually we'll just bow to all of that pressure to conform. So yeah, it's still got a long way to go in terms of becoming widespread. I don't know anyone. It's like Steve Hoker was saying, you could say Mgtow to 100 men in the street, and nobody would know what you're talking about. And I don't know anyone in my vicinity or my town who knows what the fuck Mgtow is. They wouldn't have a clue.
Maybe that's a problem. I mean, maybe a lot of guys, they're just too proud to admit that. You know, some people, they joke about with this. They keep on saying you need your daily dose of red pills. Maybe that's oversimplifying it. But I think the fact is we do need to keep returning back to base, I would say. You know, every ideology, every concept has its foundation, has its rock. And I think... I mean, definitely, I definitely see the point in that. I mean, we are very small, and so long as we're small, we do need to keep this. What's the word now? This routine. I mean, we do need to keep in touch with the Mgtow sphere, so to speak.
Yeah, because Steve had a long break, didn't he? And now he's come back. He's got this thirst for knowledge, and he's asking so many questions because it's not just coming back for your daily dose or just to keep your foot in Mgtow. You have to keep up because it does. We are moving forward. We are progressing in terms of thinking. It is changing, and if you take a month or 2 months out, you miss out on. It's very slow, but it's there. And if you do take a break and you come back, then you miss so much new information because obviously everybody's thinking about it. Not all the time, but you know, everybody's putting information in and. I like to compare it, you know, the book is writing itself. I know Barbarossa's writing a book, but by the time that comes out, you know, he's going to need to write another 20 volumes because the whole thing is moving. You can't say that is the Mgtow philosophy. It's growing and changing every day, so...
Absolutely. No,
and it's a very rapid one. There seems to be, what I've noticed, guys, there seems to be a pattern every 6 months. There's a new change and something different happens and moving it forward. That's just been my observation. But that's relatively fast if you look at the regular flow of how things happen out there, you know, whether it's a business cycle or any cycle at all. It's very rapid here. It's about 6 months.
Well, to get a good idea of that, you could go back and watch the earlier videos, or even on your own channel or favorite channel, just see how the tone has changed and the discussion has changed, and even the original concepts that they seem to have changed.
You know, and we can also observe to look at how guys have come in, stuck around for a short period of time, did some brilliant content, and then boom, split, took everything down, and off they went. Never heard from them again, right? There's been a few guys like that. And so, I mean, that's a study all its own, too, as well. What's happening to guys? You know, where's that awakening? You know, there's also a pool of guys, you know, the way guys are dispersed, too, as well. You know, with the understanding that we are a full spectrum. You know, there are guys that come in. I know the guys that are from 2 years ago, they're sitting on the sidelines. They're listening in, but they're not going to go back into the common thread. They're not going to participate to that extent. But I would bet, and I think we've talked about this, Joe, that they might be tuning in, as a matter of fact. Right, you know. So there's a full range of men going on here. You were saying, Almanex.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. That just comes to show you that you know, the people that just devote their channel, what I've seen a lot of, you know, some of the anti-feminist people, they just promote one narrative of the problem. You know, they just talk about what did this person do. Hey, look at this person, look at they did yesterday, and look how much they talk crap, you know. And then they base their channel around that. It just shows you that the narrative is not. They don't seem like they give two F's to help anybody. It looks like they just there to promote their narrative, right? Because they're not looking for a solution. They're looking for what's profitable.
That's a good point. If we compare the Mgtow of today to the Mgtow of 2 years ago, I mean, the Mgtow of today we're very, very much focused on helping other men, whereas 2 years ago it was more about just doing whatever I can get for myself, and to hell with everybody else. I think.
And the other thing too, Shining, is we weren't doing hangouts, or guys were not doing hangouts to that extent 2 years ago. Okay, I think it was the MRM or AVFM. You know, they were doing that on a regular basis. But amongst us, we were relying solely on common threads and waiting for the next guy to pump out a video. Okay, and I think it was at the beginning of this year that we started making use of, you know, of the hangout facilities that we have with YouTube, and that's taken things now to a different level. So it's kind of like us on Sundays. We're now kind of becoming an antenna so to speak, and guys are tuning in. Element X, you've proven that, right? You know, to some extent or other. You know, and this is what I find fascinating is this: we're about 25 or 20, between 20 and 30 guys consistently on a Sunday. I mean, that's nothing. That's minuscule, what was being said earlier on, right? But still, something is being retained, and there are offshoots, and it's impacting other guys. And it'll be interesting to see, to observe what kind of content they're going to come out of that, right? But I think that's what we have solid and we have down pat before. Maybe this is a foundation from where we can go to as well, what we've done collectively here on Sundays.
Well, I mean, the question I would ask is where or how do we gauge where Mgtow is at? I mean, obviously we've got the Mgtow analytics, we've got the Mgtow trends. You can, you know, use Googleness to look up. But I mean, people would say, for example, the big channels, that they would say, well, this is where Mgtow is at. You know, this is where we gauge where Mgtow is going. But right. I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say so because the biggest Mgtow channel, or the one with the most subscribers, is Sandman, and no one's going to say Sandman's the gauge in Mgtow at all. I don't think. Well,
there's also a distinction between, you know, what drama sells, you know, and does truth sell, which is what we're really doing, what we're dealing with, and I think that's our underlying theme. To what extent does truth sell? Right? And maybe that's, you know, there's also something to gauge there too as well. But again, we've kept a consistency of a number of guys, like a classroom full, right, for about 6 months. So, you know, something is consistent there. And I mean, it's rubbing off, obviously, right?
And another question is, who would moderate Mgtow? I mean, when somebody steps out of line with a ridiculous idea like all Mgtow have to be of a certain belief, or all Mgtow have to be of a certain sexual orientation. I mean, who says no? Wait a second, no, Mgtow doesn't have to be like that. I think the fact that we do sort of self-regulate, we do sort of keep each other in check, don't we? I mean, I think this is why it's important to have these what do they call them now? These infighting, because this is basically Mgtow keeping itself in check. I mean, if we're going to start saying, okay, let's be more accepting of women, or let's all be gay, or you can only be Mgtow if you're atheist, and then all of a sudden there's this big no. I think we have every right to make that video to tell these guys to fuck off. We need that, don't we, guys?
Well, there is that element too as well, you know, and the question is also, you know, if it's leading towards an end, right? You know, instead of going back and forth and, you know, just tearing at each other's claws, there's got to be some objective, and, you know, something has to come out of it, you know. You know, it can become old hat too and annoying, you know, to some extent as well, especially if you've been around for a while and you've seen these cycles. So there's that to look forward to as well, as I see it. Right?
Yeah, and I think another thing, you know, I just made a video about some of that, actually, discussing that a lot of what you see with, just my personal opinion on this, a lot of what you see, I think, is you have two different dynamics of an argument, right? You have, let's say, for example, we have the feminist argument, and we have the argument that we are Mgtow, right, and we're trying to show people that what is going on with the feminist argument is completely ridiculous. But every single time, like you said, like I said in my previous video, you have people that want to fund this crap, and those people that fund this stuff are going to be the biggest proprietors as to how far these people get their message out to people, and how much they're going to end up influencing. So I think the other side to look at this problem is that, you know, not necessarily looking at the individual themselves, because they're only one cog in a machine of hundreds. We have plenty of people, specifically these women, that are willing to line up and do this. So I think that we have to start looking up. That's what the video was called. Is you need to start looking up instead of down, because they're trying to just get people to argue with each other and never find the actual solution. I think the actual solution, or at least one of the solutions, is, you know, who's influencing and who's really behind some of the stuff.
Well, let's get Messenger in on this. I mean,
yeah,
Messenger, you've been the target of a lot of.
Oh no, I don't consider myself to be a target. I mean, people constantly try to distract, undermine, and derail the message. You know, we're trying to stick to our guns, and you're constantly getting people asking you to debate them on whether people should be doing this and that. I had so many requests last week. Well, I want to debate you on this and that, and I'm just saying to them, why the fuck would I waste an hour or two of my time debating you on something that's got absolutely fuck all to do with MGTOW? Can we please just stick to the message? And you're constantly having people saying, well, I want this to be acceptable, or I want that to be taken into account, and I think we should let women into hangouts. And the next thing you know, you've been distracted from what you were doing, and the frustrating. That's why I made my shout out video, and I put a red screen purposely to say no more purple shit now. And the people I gave shout outs to were people like Element X and Neo, I believe, Liberation Y, and they all had a strong message, and the message was, it's a male space. You know, we've got a message that doesn't need female input. You know, it doesn't need to be co-opted by any subsections or outliers. You know, this is MGTOW. It's always been this way. It doesn't need any add-ons. It doesn't need anybody undermining the message. It's a very simple message, you know.
Do you know what I find great about that? What I find great about MGTOW is when you find a great MGTOW channel. I'm not going to name any names. You guys are going to know who I'm talking about. You find a great MGTOW channel, and he's a long-running, upstanding contributor to the manosphere. And then at some point he like wavers, or he decides to jump ship, and he decides to move MGTOW in a direction that's well, that's not MGTOW. He does get called out. I mean, the fact is, people do they don't unsubscribe. You know, they like
he does get called out, but also the people who secretly wanted to go in that direction use the fact that he's a prominent MGTOW, or he's got lots of subscribers, to say, well, he's doing it, so now it's acceptable. And they're the blind followers, you know. They're the cult-like people who, I said in the video, no respect for people who this hero worship stuff. I mean, take the information from all these different sources, all these different places, and use it, and discard what's not good. You know, don't blindly follow one person, and if all of a sudden they're dating, you know, you see other people go in that direction, and you think, come on, man, you know, this is like the whole thing's falling apart now. I think that, well, it's not for me to say, and I don't believe in prominent, and I don't believe in subscriber counts or any of that shit, because if a man can't make up his own mind how he's going to go about his daily business, then he's never going to be an individual, and he's never going to go his own way. He's always going to go the way of someone else, or, you know, his thoughts are going to be influenced by the things someone says on a YouTube channel. I just find it all bizarre. I actually found it really bizarre that lots of people are living a certain way because someone says they should do.
Yeah. Do you find these the women are okay, and they're okay to do it? You know, you got the women are bad guys, the women are evil guys, and then you got these guys that are women. Do you find that a form of white knighting? I find that a form of white knighting, and it offends me.
I think it does end up going that way, especially when we're not really pointing out any individual woman, and we're not really saying, "Oh, everybody go and hurt some woman," or "Everybody go and hate women." We're not. Nobody has said that. You know, nobody has advocated any sort of a harm towards women. All we're saying is,
we're saying they're just, some of them are bad, and you got to know that and put yourself in a safe spot, and then. That's the message with that. And then these guys come out over and over again. It's like they're autistic. It's like they can't hear. They're going, no, 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 you can't say that. And I go, well, why are you white knighting?
We went so far with that, though, didn't we? We went so far with it. We looked at the Stanford prison experiment. We looked at the Milgram experiments. You know, we've really gone into the human psyche and trying to understand mankind. It actually got us somewhere. And people were still stuck on that. My mum's not like that. And I thought, listen, we're talking about the depravity and the depths of humankind, of mankind, and what they're prepared or willing to do if they're given power without responsibility or consequences. And we can learn from those things, and that's the comparison to society today and the mess we're in. You know, and women are those Stanford prison guards. They are the ones who've got the power and control to abuse without consequence. And that's what's happening. And it's happening on we know it's happening on a grand scale. And if people want to undermine that or compare it to a past generation, you know, it's a traditionalist argument. My mum wasn't like that. My mum wore an apron and made fucking apple pies every Sunday. You know, it doesn't exist. I'm talking about now. There's no point talking about yesterday. Now is the world we live in, and now is the mindset they need to get into and stop dreaming about the past.
Right.
It's not like that.
We're not talking about their mother. We're talking about the girl that stole your wallet. You know, and it's two different things. And if they can't see that, then I just think there's something wrong with these guys if they can't see that. We are not talking about your mother. We're talking about the girl that stole your wallet, that dragged you through the court system, that stole your kids. And in my opinion, every single one of those women are evil. Every single one of those.
I think a lot of it, you know, just touching back on what you said earlier in regards to you discussing why certain people they see you can't just move on to the reality of the situation at hand.
Right.
I think some people, they just cannot confront reality because I guess it's just too harsh for them. I don't know, I think some of these people realize that there's some stuff going on that people realize there's a certain pattern, but they do not want to come to that reality. They want to come to anything but that. I think it was said, I heard this quote somewhere where it said, you know, anytime that you present somebody with information that goes against their ideas, then they're automatically going to take the defense of their ideas, right? So I think that's kind of along the same pattern, I think.
Well, this is the cognitive dissonance we talk about all the time in Mgtow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, you were saying
I think we get into that subjectivity where people live by what they know to be true. And just because they haven't seen something, you know, that they won't acknowledge it to be a possibility or something that could happen to them in the future, even though there's factual evidence and people telling them over and over in so many different ways. I mean, I got tired of it in the end. If they're not going to listen, they're not going to listen. But it is the cognitive dissonance. It's just the fact that they can't comprehend a reality that they know deep down exists, but they haven't seen it. When they see it, they'll believe it. But
and I think
and there's also that element, and there's also that element, Messenger, okay, that guys will have to hit bottom, okay, before they start, you know, they got to wake up, you know, in that rickety hotel, you know, with a broken down bed and go, what the hell happened, right? Before, you know, before they can start doing some work on what the hell's going on. But, you know, we've also touched base that, you know, if you're going to take on the introspection path, which is highly recommended, I mean, that's probably an exercise for a lifetime, okay? The majority of people, okay, people don't want to confront themselves. They want to run away from themselves. And there are acid tests for that, right? You know, how well they're, you know, it's not for the faint at heart to do a full-fledged introspection. You know, it's much easier to dodge and, to dodge the truth. And, you know, and we live in a society that facilitates, enables that too as well. So there's that added element, you know, with that.
Well, the introspection thing, I mean, a lot of people, they spoke about it, but then the next thing, you know, they're talking about experiencing the full range of human emotions. If you're going to be driven by your emotions and let them dictate the actions, you know, or make decisions for you, then you haven't done the introspection. Right. You haven't looked at yourself.
Well, that's just it. But that's the whole point. Is just to go beyond the emotional. It's know, you can only do proper introspection after you've gone past your emotional. Your anger is not going to do it. Okay, your depression's not going to be able to, you know, get you to look at things, and that's what that bottom is all about. It's that point where, you know, everything is being exhausted, and now, hopefully, now there's something in your mind, in your brain, that is open, to become receptive, to start listening to this. And of course, that's coupled with a willingness, okay, and some factor of risk taking too as well, and getting to know yourself. But that's what I'm getting at, Messi.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it has to. I think a lot of it is also just so much of the garbage that we've been fed when, just a lot of it is just when you grow up when you're young, right? Depending on what age group, at least in my age group, is a little bit different because of my age. But I think of just so much of the influence of what you've learned in school, the certain patterns in school that you've learned, as well as just the advertising. If you think about it, the marketing that you see on television when you're at home or when you're out in public. I mean, if you think about these things, there is something going on here, and I think a lot of it is a subliminal messaging, because if you look at that billboard of a woman, right, and she's there, and she is, holding up a bottle of shampoo, and it says, L'Oreal or whatever, that is subliminally sexual advertisement. And if you promote this, I mean, this is basically, in a way, it's destroying the moral fabric of people, I think, and that's what, going back to the cognitive dissonance, I think there's that headbutt, and I think it's partly resulting to this marketing and advertising moves and all this crap that we see in society in general.
Well, this ties in with that saying, Element X, okay? And this spells it out. And I remember even actually taking a course in marketing, about 2 decades ago. But it's that saying, believe nothing you hear, believe half of what you see, and always trust patterns. Somebody had a posting on G+ with that, but that ties in exactly with what's going on, and the talk about cognitive dissonance and the talk about how the media manipulates the masses. They obviously know what the fuck they're doing, okay? If they're spending billions in advertising and of course expanding, online, and trying to figure out ways, to get somebody to buy shit that they don't need, right? As one of the offshoots of this. And of course, how it's all impacted, it's intricate. This is all intricate shit. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Yeah, Mayer made that video about, he went to that store or whatever, and he just saw all this princess, everything, princess. And if you think about it, this is influencing these, girls to grow up and be completely dependent on somebody else in that regard. So if you have another sex dependent upon something, whether it be male or not male, then you can influence that discussion, I think, with their side, which is why I think we see so much of this crap going on. That's just my thing on that.
Yeah, I think maybe Heartburn has some input on that. He's been waiting to. He's been itching to shoot off something, brother.
Greetings, gentlemen. I hope my connection is good. I'm on my phone. Hope you can hear me.
We hear you fine, brother.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna. Let me catch up with where you guys are. Continue, please.
Did you enjoy the hangout earlier?
I enjoyed you guys. I didn't like the way you guys were gloating over Ronda Rousey getting beat up like that. I didn't like to see that.
I didn't. I wasn't gloating over her getting beat up. I was more enjoying the fight. I think.
Yeah, it was a hell of a fight. It was one of the best championship fights, male or female. It was awesome.
There you go. You enjoyed it too, then.
I had to respect Holly, whatever her name is, but Ronda's my girl, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, don't worry. I was a huge fan of Ronda, which is why it was an amazing fight for me. Because when you see a giant get slain, it's always a spectacle.
And there's always going to be a good rematch. So I guess we have another good fight to look forward to.
At least it wasn't the Mike Tyson Buster Douglas,
Oh yeah, that was an upset.
Oh, somebody was comparing that, wasn't they? Somebody on the chat room was comparing those two fights, but no. For me, it was the fact that the giant got slain, and it was by a huge odds, and obviously the skill that was shown as well.
Yeah, funny people's reactions to that.
Yeah, well, Hartburn, let us in on your world. What's been going on in your week? I know you've got a very busy channel over there. I know you've got your own little group of subscribers. What's been going on in over on your side of the fence?
In Burnland.
Yeah.
Nothing. I just keep collecting subscribers like a Hoover.
Yeah, you are, man. You're doing really good out there, man.
Well, is there anything in the Mgtow community you've noticed that you think is interesting or might need addressing or pointing out?
Well, you guys are talking about growing Mgtow, and I mean, really, I was just thinking about what you guys were talking about. Every man I know in real life doesn't even really realize how rigged the system is against them, and I think if they figure that out, Mgtow is the natural decision once they see that clearly. I mean, even men that have been divorced and have been screwed in court, I don't know if men really realize how fucked up the situation is in the West. And you know, I don't think necessarily promoting Mgtow per se. I think it's talking honestly about the situation men are in the West. And when men wake up to that, there's got to be like a critical mass. A certain what's that, the 100 monkeys on an island or something like that. It's something like that. When you reach that, just that right amount of men that like us that are taking our position, and other men see it, you get an explosion of awareness among men. And when that happens, I think the tide will turn, and I think Mgtow will be the natural place for what could probably be millions upon millions of men. Yeah. And I'm not exaggerating by that.
That's an excellent point. Well, that's just it, and I think it's and what you're talking about here, Bern, and this is something that I've been looking at too as well, is the naturally occurring aspect of Mgtow. You know, for all those guys before they came to YouTube and discovered us, were living that lifestyle, and this is, you know, this is echoing all the time. Okay, so there's a lot of value what you're saying there, Bern. Okay, there is an underlying psychodynamic going on, and it's that survival strategy. Okay, because I'm starting to identify when I do an introspection of how I came about, right? The biggest thing that Mgtow has given me that's transcended everything that I tried to do and trying to fix myself in the past is it's given me the deeper, like, you know, the slits are now a little wide open, a little wider, and things, and the dots are connecting now, right? And the whole experience is liberating, right? It's like you now have room to fucking breathe, right?
Indeed.
And, you know, and that's what it's all about. And the only way to keep this going is, you know, and this is where I'm starting to see why it's important to stay decentralized, because we don't put restrictions on subjects that need to be discussed. Okay. And, you know, we seem to be founding a society here of men, right? Where, yeah, a meritocracy is definitely in hand here. And that's that's where the value is, you know, how we're serving the truth and how it's impacting men and move forward.
Agreed.
Well, it's interesting what Hartburn says when he says men don't know how rigged the system is, and when he tries to tell men that it's not about Mgtow, it's about all the issue. I mean, whenever I talk to men about this outside of the internet, I never mention the word Mgtow, because they're not gonna. The only reason why Mgtow means anything to us is because of all the issues and fundamentals that we've been talking about that goes under the umbrella of Mgtow. So when we're talking to other people, I never use the word Mgtow, but
and that's some guys are so good in communication, right? They can start spark a conversation with a guy probably at a pub or something like that, right? And never have to mention Mgtow, but just talk about the key points, the key message, okay? And get something sparked, get something interesting, you know, get a spark of interest going with a guy like that. You're right, Shiny.
But the point I wanted to make, it's something that me and Joe and Messenger have talked about quite a lot, is men never figure it out for themselves. You know, to the detail we talk about, to the detail that we talk about in Mgtow, men never figure out that the system is rigged. And it's not until you point it out.
It's not only rigged, but we were gag ordered too, pretty much. We developed a behavior. We developed a behavior that if we heard these things, well, let's not talk about it. I mean, we end up suppressing this shit, okay, for decades, many of us, okay? And this is the thing. And, you know, all of a sudden you tune in and the guy's talking your language, saying something that you wanted to say for fucking decades, and boom, there it is. There's the awakening.
It's funny that you say that, because actually I have a story about that. I went to a business meeting, and there was a gentleman there that was trying to get a project going for some kind of men's issue, or he was trying trying to bring awareness to the divorce issues, but he was telling them, and there was these two or three women there, and I won't even get into that because they weren't useful to the business at all in the long run because of what happened. But I pulled this guy aside and I'm like, hey, look, man, I know exactly, like, he had no idea about, that I knew about, Mgtow. And I pulled him aside and I gave him an article that I found about the red pill, and he just lit up. I mean, he had the biggest smile on his face. And what this guy went through, when I pulled him aside, and he told me, this guy had been screwed over in divorce court. He had had everything taken from him. And when I mentioned this to him, he just had the biggest smile on his face. And I knew that he knew that there was other people that really knew what was going on, and that's what gave me the greatest joy in just giving him that information.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the thing, Zeke. We spoke about this, didn't we? About the connection with insanity, or the definition by some of insanity.
Yes.
Where they say insanity is repeating the same patterns of behavior over and over again and expecting a different result.
That's right.
And
yeah.
Well,
that's
even the men who've been burned badly and fucked over repeatedly, and the reason why they're just trying to conquer it. So they will, in actual fact, replicate situations that went wrong in the past by looking for relationships again to prove to themselves that they can make it work. And they're just running repeatedly headlong into this brick wall. And the point that someone tells them, listen, the game is rigged, like Heartburn says, the game is rigged.
It's rigged. Yeah.
And then they think, fuck, I'm never going to win. That's when the penny drops. But they will keep going back and expect a different result. They will.
Yeah. Well, and this is the thing in my travels, Messi. This is something that I'm observing too as well. I'm right now looking at an old PUA per se. Not for the sake, but just observing where he's at. 30 years later. Right, and the path that he's going, how much he's devoted, to the worship of pussy underneath it all, right? And he's going to stay in that blue pill thing, and he'll never wake up, right? Some men just don't. That's just a fact.
That's why on Patrick Henry, that day I typed in life after women. If I hadn't have found Patrick Henry or Mgtow, then I would just be that stupid fucker that would just repeat,
exactly,
and hope for it to work one day. It's just you need that intervention, someone to just say,
we can intervene, but intervention, this is just it, Messi, and again, we discussed that. Intervention has its limitations, okay? And this is where we need to gauge to what extent we need to see, because I know from experience and even from my own, I had to reach frickin' bottom when I had exhausted everything, before I was able to become receptive, okay? And then at the other end of the spectrum is as to what extent is intervention going to play. This is something that's new here in Mgtow. This is something that we need to, we're going to need some more time and look at, right? And see how the pattern unfolds. Sorry, go ahead.
I actually wanted to bring up that question to you guys. This was actually something I've actually been thinking about, and I wanted to get some more people's opinion on this. But a long while back, I was watching some YouTube video. I can't remember what Mgtow it was. I cannot, for the life of me, remember. But he was discussing the issue of just exactly what you said about limitations with giving people this certain amount of information, because he said in certain cases, some people just have to hit rock bottom because of the fact that they're not willing to get to the point of that raw and real truth. And he went on to discuss, maybe some people are not ready to take the red pill, or if you want to mention it to that group.
People are going to be ready when they're ready, okay? It all depends on what stage in life or wherever their mindset is at, to what extent are they willing to be receptive. But if you have a modus operandi, that's your way of doing things, and this is my belief system and all that, and it's never been challenged, and of course this is that part of the introspection which makes it brutally difficult and requires brutal honesty, right, to tackle. This is why many men are not capable. Many people, let alone women, leave the women out of this one. Who cares about that, This is what we're trying to tackle. We need to gauge those extremities, so to speak, to really get a clear understanding of what's feasible to men, But this is what we have so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's just an interesting dynamic of kind of responsibility in a way, that you have this information that is extremely powerful and not a lot of people know about it. And I think that is in that lies the power. I think in certain ways, it's good to have a certain amount of limitations in terms of the amount of people involved. But on the other end, the more people involved, the more the information gets out, right? And that's what the whole point of it is. So I think that's just the interesting responsibility question, like just the questions that I am asking myself. You know, when I told you earlier about that situation when I met that gentleman that was, you know, going through that issue, and I pulled him aside. You know, this guy was in his mid-40s. He needed to know what was going on, and I think he deserved to know what was going on.
So, you know, to some extent, I mean, Mgtow is selling itself. Just the whole concept, the way it's proliferating throughout the manosphere. Okay, it does have a life of its own. I'm just questioning the other part. You know, the things that could be harmful. You know, I mean, it's just a question of just being aware, being in focus about where your surroundings are at.
Well, Zita, you mentioned that people are not ready for the message. I mean, that's the point I was going to try and make. The fact that, and I would say that when a guy has gone through a certain experience, like TFM, he mentioned he was falsely accused of rape, or if you like me, a messenger, you've gone through, and Joe, you've gone through child custody, or if you like me and Universal, you've gone through false child abuse allegations, but it's getting more and more common where men and young boys are experiencing these very, very harmful and toxic events. And I think the fact is, every single guy I've talked to about the issues of Mgtow, they have clicked on like a light switch. It's like as soon as I start talking to them about the game is rigged, how women are more valued than men, how men are like cattle or discarded batteries, how I mean, the red pill analysis is perfect. I mean, it's like giving them that red pill. Every single man I've spoken to online and in real life, as soon as I've told them about the Mgtow issues, they've been addicted to it, with the exception of the men who jump onto my threads when I'm being very misogynistic towards a certain woman because she's just acting stupid. It's like they're immediately on guard with anything I have to say. When I'm trying to point the fact out to them that they're just defending this woman because she's a woman, or it's an account that looks like it belongs to a woman, and they don't care whether she's right or wrong. They don't care whether I'm right or wrong. But the fact that she's a woman, they'll defend her. Apart from that incident, every single man, they just want to hear more. I mean, I get messages from guys that they're trying to call me up. I get messages on my account. You know, the guys that they want to hear more about it, and all I do, I send them to videos of me. I just send them Mgtow videos, links to the Mgtow videos.
No, it's interesting.
I do that too.
It's interesting that you say that, Shining, in terms of what you said earlier about the red pill is like the perfect analysis of the situation going on. You know, because I work in the company I work with is a entertainment company. We work in distribution and media and arts and stuff like that. And the one thing that I've noticed is that cable television now is playing, like I have never seen more reruns of The Matrix on cable television than I've ever seen in the past 2 months. And it's done for a reason. I mean, there's something going on. And just in terms of like the Wachowskis and what they do with their films, in terms of how the messages that they're trying to put across, I think that people are trying to convey that there is something going on. So I wanted to mention, that's just an interesting thing I just kind of came up there with.
Yeah, I think they see it, but they're afraid to say it. They just won't say it in the media industry. But there's no doubt that they see it, and they mentioned what's going on slightly in an offhand way. And
and I can go ahead, Zaya. I'm sorry. I mean, Traversable.
Yeah, I just think they don't see it as a market yet, the same way we see it. If you're going to ask that question, is it a market? Is it something that's marketable? And you'd have to say no, it's not something that's marketable right now. But if they jumped aboard, it would be marketable, because I think it would set every man in the country, every man in the world on fire.
Well, what I've noticed just from being on the front end of dealing with some of these people, I have seen from firsthand experience directly that these people are perpetuating and influencing and doing this stuff on purpose. I mean, I have seen these people Like I remember, we went to this film festival in California once, and there was a group of panels for producers who were discussing issues about politics and film entertainment. And what they were talking about is how do you take a film, like let's just say, for example, the influence of a film itself, right, in terms of the politics and the way that it influences the people. So if you take a film on the underlying message, and what's the sad reality of Hollywood, is disgusting, is that a lot of these people don't realize that the way that a lot of these films get funded is if they're pushing a political certain reason. Because what I've noticed is that all of these film festivals and all these people that come out with these films have a very specific message that they're trying to come across, and that message is, I have, the last time I've ever saw a commercial with a family in the actual scene, I can't recall. So they're pushing this female-driven, female lead, the super movie, what is it, Superman now, a Superwoman TV show?
Superwoman.
That is now a
Supergirl.
thing. Yeah, and it's just ridiculous. And these people are doing this, and they know they're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a video about that. That's the most awful acting I've seen in a long time, and then these people are just flocking to it like it's something great because they're pushing this female narrative.
Yeah, and it's very sad. I mean, just on my end, because you see, a lot of these people, they just don't realize that, in order to, there's two different sides of this thing, and a lot of these men, it's just they need to see the other side of what's going on, and it's the side of, they're trying to influence people subliminally in terms of, what kind of movies you watch and all this crap. Because all of it is just trying to get people to be away from each other. I mean, it's a mess. It's a big mess.
Everyone's been muted.
I see that. That's weird.
Well, Heartburn, if you're still with us, is Heartburn still with us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
What's your take on the recent? I'm sure you've come across it. I mean, people have been talking. We mentioned it earlier, but what's your take on the recent spat or the recent back and forth that's been going on amongst some of the Mgtow channels?
Are you talking about the women are evil thing? Is that still going on, or is there something else I'm not aware of?
No, it seems it's more of a character assassination. It seems channels the sort of like me versus you, I'd say. I think it started with that women are evil or not, and then it's gone on to well, I don't like this guy anymore, so.
I'm not. I don't. Whenever I see just men acting like bitches, I don't watch the video. So I don't. I have no idea. Who cares? I'm really not following that. I was following the subject matter of the women being evil thing, but as far as the personal spats that have happened, I don't pay attention to that shit.
I think that's the best way to look at it, though. I mean, when you feel like it doesn't really concern you. I mean, why bother going into that? I mean, I'm seeing people pick up on it. I'm seeing people doing videos on it, and I'm thinking, well, the fact that you're doing a video on the fact that people are doing videos against each other, there's like an irony on it. I mean, like what's the point? I mean, unless you're invested in the argument itself, why say, why make why fight over a fight? It's like this one guy, he made a video saying, do you know what, these guys are fighting and it's not good. It's like you've just exacerbated the fight.
Yeah, I got people sending things to my inbox, people making videos about me, and they say, Matt, hey, you got to check this out. And I'm like, why would I want to check that out? So I look at the guy's channel. That's the only video he's made. He's a brand new Mgtow, and his contribution to Mgtow is to tell everybody that of what he doesn't like about me. Now, what the hell kind of a value is that?
That's my point. That's what I'm finding strange. It's like they're making a fight out of a fight.
Well, that's YouTube drama. People love that shit. They love to see two people. It's like cockfighting, and then everybody gets to pick sides, and you know, one votes for the brown rooster and another one votes for the white rooster. Nobody, you know, it's the drama that people like.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're trying to be mediators, but all they do is they're like a ring announcer. You know, there's that guy in the ring, and he's like presenting the two fighters before they fight, and he's shouting it out.
Well, what can we learn from this? We can learn that MGTOW, the community, although I've already said, I think you guys would agree, there's a very significant concentration of very intelligent, very, if I can say, masculine men. But this is YouTube for the most part, and so the MGTOW community is infested with bitches. It just is. And it always will be. I mean, we're talking earlier about what? MGTOW exploding into millions. What do you think it's going to look like then? You know, I mean, so yeah, I mean, if we're getting all riled up about a couple of channels, what do you think when it takes on a size, if you remember like the atheist community years ago, or this whole, you know, these bigger communities that are out there? MGTOW is destined for that. And you're going to have all kinds of psychos. Listen, everybody doesn't like Sandman or something like that. Sandman is nothing compared to what's coming. Everybody needs to buckle up, because you're going to see the most insane, and people will rise as stars in the MGTOW space. They'll crash pretty hard as well, but you're going to see a lot of really dipshit motherfuckers get a lot of views and a lot of attention on YouTube as MGTOWs. It's just going to happen.
Well, that's why we discussed about the MGTOW etiquette. It's something that I know me and Zeta like to propagate, but I think if we keep to some civilized manner, we can always return back to the subject matter rather than make it some sensationalized PewDiePie versus Sargon affair.
You know something I was really disappointed with? I did a suicide prevention video, and I actually I did the online suicide prevention course, and I thought, right, we need to share this, and I put the link there in the description. You know, anybody can do it, and if you recognize the signs in a friend of yours or maybe someone online, then you could get them the help they need. That video got hardly any views, you know, and then you make a video about Sandman or whatever, and everybody's all over it, and they make videos about it, and it sort of goes full circle. And you know, some people don't have ideas for videos, so they get influenced by other content makers. But the suicide prevention thing, I think it's one of my least viewed videos, and there's actually a link there you can go to. It takes 2 hours to put yourself through the course and read all the literature, and then you can go back to that website, log in, and do the refresher courses. But yeah, nobody seemed interested, and I thought, that's a shame. You know, you know, where are people's focuses? You know, what's really important to people? Is it men, or is it, you know, coming to MGTOW on YouTube and use it as some sort of social space? I don't really understand. I didn't understand that.
Well, let's be realistic here, and I don't want to discourage anybody, but based upon what all of us see and the interactions we have on YouTube, Messenger has a prominent YouTube channel with viewers and subscribers. I do. All of us do, I guess. But of the people that come to your channel, they comment. I mean, honestly, let's be honest. Do you really think that even 25% of the people that are calling themselves MGTOW are actually fortified with the right attitude and mentality and knowledge? It just seems to me like most of these, there's a lot of fair weather MGTOWs out there that are not really considering what they're saying when they say that they are a man going their own way. They really don't know what the hell, on a very deep level, what they've signed up for. And I don't think it's at all unreasonable to expect that most of the people that are calling themselves MGTOW right now on YouTube, within 3 or 4 years, will be married. You know, or run off with a woman, or just lose interest in this little movement and then go over to the Flat Earth Society movement, or, you know, Black Lives Matter, whatever the hell they want to do. It's just a fad for them.
I honestly think that a lot of MGTOW are just men who are between relationships. I honestly think that, you know, and we've all done it. You know, we've all had a bad experience, and before we even heard about MGTOW, I was single for like 5 years, and then I just thought, you know, I need a girlfriend because that's what everyone does. And I think that's where a lot of people are going to go back, because they're not replacing the girlfriend time or the pussy chasing. They're not replacing that with anything else. So yeah, they're between relationships, and if they don't find something to take that time up or occupy their mind and their thoughts, then they're just going to go straight back to the plantation. Yeah, the percentage of people who are actually walking the walk, I don't know, but I would say, yeah, it's definitely well below 50%.
With that said, gentlemen, I do need to disconnect and switch computers. If I'm able, I'll join you if you're still around in like 20 minutes, all right?
Okay,
right, you are.
I got to get off this phone. All right. Take care, guys.
Yeah, you. Bye.
Take care.
Well, it's interesting. RBK just did that video when he said some people seem to think men going their own ways not just means people doing whatever they want. Just doing whatever they want, so it's just...
Well, that's very loosely put. I mean, there's much more to that, okay? And there's a strategy. It's so This is what needs to be discussed and hammered out, and listen to guys, you know, give their take of what it entails to be a man going his own way. Seriously.
Yeah, there is a presupposition of MGTOW that you have to be a MGTOW to leave MGTOW. You have to be a MGTOW to come in MGTOW, and there are some certain rules. We don't get married. We don't do certain things. We talk and speak and act a certain way.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, we know a MGTOW when we see a MGTOW. It's automatic. When you see a pussy beggar or you see a white knight out there white knighting, you know he's a white knight. You know, there's nothing we have to. There's not a lot of things we have to tell people when they see a MGTOW. They just kind of know it, but you have to be a MGTOW first.
Well, the thing is, we've talked about it so much, and it's been a discussion. I mean, if it's one thing we've done in MGTOW is we've talked a lot about what's going on. So I think there's the definition of MGTOW is out there, and I think the fact that no one's willing to lay their neck on the line and say, you're not MGTOW if you do this, or you have to do this to be MGTOW. But the fact is, we all have a sort of general idea of what it means to be part of the community and not.
Well, yeah. I've stuck my neck out, and I've made a video, and I told people what I thought was MGTOW.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a.
Oh, what happened to that video? It was on my list, and then you deleted it, Nico.
No, I wasn't. What is MGTOW? No, not that one. I've done one better. I updated videos, so I kept the ones that were updated. So I've done the one that, what is it, the difference between bachelors and MGTOW, because there is a difference, and we need to recognize that there is a difference. So I've done that video, and I've done 5 tenets there for people to understand and people to follow. I mean, on your discussion, because I was following a bit on the discussion, and I wanted to jump in to just give my 2 cents. I mean, why does it matter so much as to who is a MGTOW and who isn't really a MGTOW or whatever? I mean, after a certain point, I've realized that just give the information to these people, like Messenger said. Some people will be in between relationships, some people will be hurting, some people will have broken relationships, and then they'll go back to the plantation or whatever. So I thought, you know, a majority of people are just trolls or spamming the channel, you know, talking about whatever is in their minds. So just give the information out and let them make the choice for themselves. Let them make an educated decision. I mean, it is what it is, but at the end of the day, it's very difficult to force feed an information or a certain attitude to anyone, right? So,
well, it's a good point. It's a good point. I mean, whether someone's MGTOW or not doesn't mean that we don't talk to them or we don't discuss things with them. But I think it is important. For example, when someone's presenting an argument to us, sometimes where they're coming from gives us a context to where they're coming. For example, when thorium. All right, okay. Somebody keeps sliding their phone around there.
Okay.
Is it me?
Not
I don't
doing
know.
anything.
I don't know, but for example, when thorium comes in and when what's his name Thunderfoot comes in and he's talking about men's issues, and he sort of sounds quite weird when he talks about, and it's not until someone points out, oh, he's not MGTOW at all, and what was that other good fella and Skeptor? I mean, their material as well. When they talk about men's issues, it has a very, very different context, a very different perspective, and then it's not until you're told that these guys are not MGTOW, you understand, oh, he's not trying to come at it at a MGTOW point of view, so he's not trying to say, well, you know, this is what I think MGTOW should be. So in that point of view, I think, yeah, it is poignant to know what side you're coming from. Do you see?
I think one of the things that I have a problem with in terms of people that make content and they devote, let's say for example, I don't know, they've been on the channel like on YouTube for a year or so, whatever, and they built themselves up a good amount of subscribers, and then they devoted their time to discussing these issues, and you have young guys coming in here who are, some of them either have been through some shit, then they're trying to find answers, and when they find that answer, you know, they feel this kind of bond, whether or not it's internet or not, they feel that kind of relationship with that person. My problem is people that take all their shit down and then they completely change their side, and now these guys are sitting there going, well, what the fuck was that about?
But what makes you assume that they change their side? What makes you assume? I mean, I'm presuming you have no more connection to them. You don't talk to them. You don't know how they're living their lives. So what makes you think that they've changed the way that they live their lives? Doesn't mean that they're not MGTOW. It means that they're not MGTOW content producers anymore. That was their decision.
No, I think it's just the fact that the information dealing with, you know, the men's related issues in MGTOW, I think that it's powerful enough that, I mean, like we discussed earlier, some people are not ready to hear it, which is why when you tell these people when they discover this information, you know, I think that it does a great detriment to completely say that now you're moving to a. I'm not aiming that at you. I'm just saying that people that completely change their direction when you have a group of people that agree with you on a certain topic. I mean, I just feel that I think that does a great detriment to people. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, it's sort of like a message dissemination when you take somebody else's message and you give it off in a wrong light, and you're disseminating the message improperly. That's when it irritates some MGTOW.
But that's not what they did. For example, the recent events that happened, for example, Neon Plug took his channel down because he received a doxing threat. Why would he risk that? I would do the same in a heartbeat, right? Who was it? Dark Knight left the channel because he simply couldn't be fucked to deal with the whole situation anymore. So he just moved on. He said, I'm just going to go and do my own thing. Got a job, and that's what he's doing with his life. He hasn't changed his motivations at all, and I still keep in contact with him, so I know that he hasn't changed a lot in terms of his attitude. It doesn't mean, I mean, there are certain personal aspects that we need to appreciate for people. We stand here and we speak, and because we produce content, it means we represent a community of sorts. No, we don't do that. We represent ourselves, right? The fact that we're MGTOW content producers and we have a MGTOW message to what we're saying is basically a side effect of our beliefs that have been shaped by the community. And if you go and compare one channel to the next, there is a vast difference in the message. Even if you jump from Barbarossa to Stardust, there is a difference in how they look at the world and how they come down to their conclusions. So, I mean, I'm trying to understand what the problem is. I know that certain people get disappointed.
I know what the problem is. The problem is that people came to MGTOW and readily accepted the information, and they've just found a channel. They found this voice on YouTube that told them the game was rigged and told them you know about female nature and the way men are treated, and it changed their life. And they took that information and it affected their life for the better, hopefully. And then they put their information out, and reprocessed it, and sometimes it's like a work in progress. You can actually see the man working through the rage or the anger if he goes through that phase, and then he grows, and then he becomes more of an individual and looks at himself, does the introspection bit. The problem I've got then, when they take their channels down, is they pull the ladder up for the next man that might be in the situation they were in when they found Mgtow. It is like Patrick Henry, Life After Women, Mo Berg, all those channels, they're still up. Razorblade Candy, his channel's still up. He hasn't been around for a while, but why? I don't understand. I understand with doxing, but then again, Neo is back, sort of.
Yeah, I think
I understand with the doxing, but I just don't understand why you have to push that delete button in the grand scheme of things. It's like writing pages in the Mgtow book, and then when you decide you don't want to be on YouTube anymore as a Mgtow, you rip all the pages out that you left for others to find, and you take them with you. And if we all did that, there would be nothing for anyone else.
I agree with that. I don't disagree with you. And when I made a video about people leaving, I said that people can leave, etc., and they should leave their videos up. But the thing is, if those people are, for example, making the decision for themselves, I can't judge them. I mean, they can make the decision and go on with their lives. I mean, if this is what's going to make them happy for whatever reason, right? They just don't want to see notifications anymore or whatever, or want to be associated, or just be part of that conversation where it's constantly trolls or people who are completely confused or asking questions that you covered in like 100 videos before, then it's not a pleasant thing. I mean, initially it's nice, people are agreeing with you, it's fun, yeah, it's good. And then you get more and more and more people, and then you acquire your favorite trolls that are around, and they will just keep spamming the channel, etc. So I understand the toxicity that can come from that, and if people are not willing to do this, and there is nothing in it for us, realistically speaking, other than the information that we provide for other people, and out of the goodness of our hearts, or maybe intellectual curiosity, as it is many of the times for me. I mean, there is nothing really here for us. It's not like we're making thousands of pounds or any money at all, to be fair. So we're doing this because we're doing this. So if something is, causing you heartache or problems, and you're not really gaining anything from it, it's easy to just discard it. And that's what people don't understand. I mean, if that's what it takes to make their life as a person, because Dark Knight or whomever, they're not, I mean, for other people, they might be seen as content producers, or some disembodied voice that speaks to them through a computer. But we're people at the end of the day, and we need to make what's the best decision for us.
If they've got that within them to say, I just want to walk away, or I want to silence all these voices, why can't they then just ignore the words on a screen? I mean, I get great trolls. I've got a new one that's actually made an avatar. He spent all that time making an avatar, bless him. He could have been doing much better things. Mary. And I give girls names now. This one's called Mary. Every time he trolls me, hi Mary, how are you? It's great, and really, I mean, there's a lot to be said now for people. We're sort of going off subject here, but there's a lot to be said now for people learning not to be affected by the words of others. It's like people say, you can't tell me not to date women, or you can't tell me. I can tell someone anything. I can go and tell them to go and stick their head up a horse's ass. It doesn't mean they have to do it. But why do they feel like that's a direct instruction from me, and there will be consequences if they don't do what I've suggested? I look at them and I think, wow, you are actually the type of person who is influenced by the words of others, which means that you're slightly...
Well, I mean, if we think about it slightly realistically, I mean, Sandman would benefit greatly if you listened to the words of others, right? He would. His content would improve, things would be better. Who knows, right? He might become more intellectually a doctor or whatever, right? So
he achieves his aim, though. He makes money. So
yeah, exactly. So that's his aim. That's why he doesn't care about any of the criticisms or the content that he puts out, which is exactly what's happening. Whereas if you're trying to put content out, trying to break new ground, you need to listen to the criticism. You need to read the comments. So when I make a video that I believe I cover new ground, or I go through a lot of research and I try to package it in such a way that people understand what the hell I'm talking about, I need to read the comments, and I hate reading comments. I've ignored my comment section for a long time, but you have to read in order to understand what people are getting. You need to see if the research applies. So you need to do all of these things. So people that are actually trying to move the message on, try to get it to develop, you need to listen to the comments. You need to even read the messages from the trolls. And I have a thick skin. I do. I'm an asshole, right? I know that. But even for me, it gets me down. It gets me angry at times, and I'm sure it gets you angry. It gets everyone angry from time to time. It's not just the thing that's sitting there.
I see people reach this point where it sort of builds up momentum, and then it just becomes unbearable for them. But they just need to work through that a bit. What I did when people say, "Oh, you're getting burnout," there's this whole thing about burnout. I just made more and more videos. I thought, well, if I'm going to burn out, I'm going to go in a ball of flames, And I just made more and more videos, and as a result of that, I just worked through it. I read more, I learnt more. There was more introspection there because I had to sort of say, well, if this is affecting you, then you need to not let it affect you. And then as a result of that, you sort of come through and you think, is that the worst it can be? I don't know what I really don't know what the burnout thing is, but it seems to be make or break for some people.
I think
it's overwhelming.
I think it's interesting just to see what the dynamics especially with the internet, where you have it's almost like you were saying earlier about the comments. It's like, well, what is the big deal about people that can't just look away from the comments? It's like just earlier here in the States, we had that issue with that campus guy because the dean of the school said, if you find a costume, Halloween costume, just look away if it's offensive to you. This is kind of interesting because I see the same things playing out on the internet, because if people read a comment and they take that personally when they realize that it's just somebody behind a computer screen typing something, then this is a result of something I think there's something else going on here.
But that's not what's happening, man. I mean, that is a misappropriation of whatever is happening. That's not what's happening. You have to take criticism if you have to develop your channel. It's not taking it personally, but reading to criticism for a whole day, every day, for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, as some of the content producers are doing, especially seeing a large shift in attitudes that happens from time to time when you're trying to do something else. It is fucking tiring. It is tiring to look at it. It's not about not caring. Not caring is easy. I don't care. Close the screen. Easy.
I have to disagree with you on there, brother. I mean, I don't think I mean, you said that to develop your channel, to move on, you have to listen to the trolls. You have to read the comments. I don't think so. I mean, it goes back to my point of who is this guy speaking here? I mean, we only know about the people on YouTube or on the internet by what we read and what we see from them. And obviously, for example, if a guy's coming at me and he's saying he's Mgtow and he's made a comment on my video, all the connotations that come from being a Mgtow is on the back of my mind. So I'm thinking, all right, he's a Mgtow, so he believes in this and he believes in that. So I can discuss with him the argument that he's put forward. But if it's someone like Thunderfoot and he's criticizing something I've said, then I know that he comes from an atheistic background. He comes from, the guy's he's still, all he is anti-feminist, and that's the point I'm making. There's certain comments or there's certain channels that you'll value more than others due to the fact that you want to develop your argument or you want to develop a certain ideology, a certain concept.
I actually don't do that. I try to listen to every single person that
I know.
makes a comment to me, because that I can't just stay put on one philosophy or ideology or whatever. You know, the fact that there's a certain minority of people, because we are a minority within the manosphere at least, are agreeing with me within certain concepts of gynocentrism, you know, hypergamy, etc. Doesn't mean that other people cannot offer me valid inputs, especially when I'm spreading out and I'm covering other research. Many of the other guys are scientists, have backgrounds in specific areas that I have to listen to them. Okay, many of the guys are simply trolls, but for example, if I do something that's medical, for example, and I did a mistake and Romer or someone else makes a comment to that effect, then I need to take that criticism. So I need to listen to everyone from any side. It's not just listening within the Mgtow space. And it's actually one of the things that I want to point out. That is, it's a detriment to us that we're simply talking with people within the Mgtow sphere. We need to expand our horizons. We need to talk with many people. I'm not saying invite women in or in our hangouts or whatever, but when people make valid points, we need to listen to them. Otherwise, you know, we might be going under the assumption that the Earth is flat. Who knows? There might be a deeper flaw within our arguments that we're missing. Who knows?
But you see, the problem with that principle, is that if you're going to listen to anybody and you're going to take him or her at face value, then eventually what will happen, especially when your channel is going into 3,000, 10,000, 20,000 subscribers, thousands of voices, thousands of comments coming at you, your message or the direction of your concept is no longer going to be Mgtow. It's no longer going to, just bear with me, it's no longer going to be in that train of thought where you're focusing upon the betterment of men. I mean, you mentioned the medical aspect of that. Now, I perfectly understand that. When an expert in the medical field criticizes a possible mistake or a suggestion on something that you mentioned about medicine, then yes, you have to. Any self-respecting man has to take that on board. But when we're talking about Mgtow, it's not about medicine or mechanics. I mean, that's a separate. That could be like a
a good proportion of it is about scientific principles and scientific concepts that we keep doing research on. I mean, I still try. It can be. No. What I'm trying to say is, if my channel grows to, I don't know, 100,000 subs, I'll say a ridiculous number because it will never do that. But if it grows to that extent, and I have thousands of voices, and I read their comments, I read their criticisms, and it takes me to a different, you know, let's say, way of thinking, or I reach different conclusions. It doesn't mean I'm doing it for not the betterment of men or anything. I'm doing it because I'm chasing truth, and that's what I'm trying to do. At every video that I put out, I try to put the truth out as far as I understand it, and with the amount of research background or medical background or, you know, whatever background that I have, that I can actually apply to a certain principle or a certain topic. Now, if I'm off the ball, if I'm completely insane in what I'm saying, and you know, we have examples in the Mgtow community where videos have been completely insane, then those videos need to be called out. I need to listen to the criticism, and I need to let my ideas grow. We need to let our ideas grow, and we need to let them develop. It doesn't mean Mgtow is a specific set of ideas and that's it, it's fixed and it can't develop. If we're thinking like that, then we're trying to develop a cult, which is not my goal. No, I know you're not suggesting this. I'm just trying to say why I'm not doing that.
I know, and I understand that. But you see, when we're in a situation, when we're in a place where our ideas and our concepts are, for a large part, theoretical and based upon changing factors like you know, our social climate or the circumstances we find ourselves in, then the ideology is is going to develop, and yes, it is going to change and go in a direction depending on the people you talk to, and depending upon the input that you give and you take. And you see, when these people are not coming in basically with the same intention as you, you are going to get, I mean, this is what we call getting co-opted. You know, these guys, because the thing is, you can argue that an elephant can fit through the needle of an eye using just pure mathematics, using algebraic substitution.
You can't. I mean, that's impossible unless you blend them.
You can argue. I've seen it done. During my course in engineering, one of the things we did was pure mathematics, and my lecturer showed how you could make 0 equal 1. You can make 0 equal 1, which mathematically is impossible. But using pure maths, you can do it, and that's the same with the ideology we're talking about. You can convince somebody that a man is a woman and a woman is a man. That men need to be feminists, and men need to change. You can convince people of that just using logic and rationality. And the thing is, you'll get all these different voices, and if you take them all on board, you will wonder from what we're trying to do, because most people are gynocentric. We're living in a very gynocentric world, you know, the West, and people in general, especially on YouTube. I mean, if we look at the trends and what's popular today, it is gynocentrism. You are going to get co-opted.
Mm. Yeah, but I understand that, but it's up to you to differentiate between the good apples, the bad apples, the good information, the bad information. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that I want people to keep an open mind, and my content personally is so retarded in terms of how diverse it is and how certain things vary from one situation to the next. Like, people have commented recently that it seems to be like I'm 3-4 different people, but there is a point to it. I want people to make their decisions, and there are certain aspects, and we're never actually exactly the same at all points in time. We change our ideas, we develop our mind, but I want to target things from all different sides of the spectrum. Even recently with PUA content, which I guess you can call it PUA content, but it's not Mgtow content for any extent of the imagination. But I want to show them that even if you're approaching things from that point of view, there are certain principles that still apply. I mean, if I'm planning to help men in general, that's what I'm trying to do, then I need to be open-minded and let them come to it from any point of view that they might come to. I mean, I can't force people's decisions or force their mind in any way or exclude ideas. That's what my understanding is, at least when it comes to this thing. I know. I mean, I'm weird. I'm different when it comes to this thing.
I think we can, though. I think we can influence people's thinking, because not everybody is a free thinker. Everybody likes to think they are. But a lot of people are influenced by people they perceive to be as knowledgeable, because these people need instruction, they need direction in their life, and they do look to people and they do follow without question. And a lot of people don't do their own research. You know, when people challenge your arguments, and you know, it's the famous saying, citation needed. You know, go away, bring me some documentation to back up your argument. And a lot of them just think, well, fuck me, that's a lot of work. And they don't. They will just rather be spoon-fed information, take it on board as gospel, and then they go off and do it. Which is why when we see things going off course slightly, we think, oh, hang on a minute, you know, there's a lot of people listening to that. And you look at the thumbs up, which is a clear indication of people. I mean, the thumbs up is a strange thing. It's like, I'm going to thumb that up because it's so-and-so made the video. And for that very reason, you know, that they will always say, if they make a video, I'm going to thumb it up.
The other thing is,
it's like,
the other thing I just, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr.
It's just that sort of unquestioning loyalty that people display, and they say, great video, and you think, great video, why? Give me a reason why it was a great video. and then add something to it, and then bring a solution and take the conversation forward. But don't just blindly thumb it up and say, great video, I'm going to go off and do that now.
Well, exactly, but that's the thing that's happening with many of the bigger channels that produce content constantly. I mean, that is what's happening with those people. They get acolytes, like they get followers, which is depressing, and I don't want people to do that. I mean, sometimes I produce a video that's so left field that it makes people angry because it moves away from what I was saying before. And when I did the last criticism of Sandman's video, I was shocked. I was shocked that only 234 people or however many thumbed down his video. It made me question my sanity. Are we just in a pool of retards, right? Is that what the community is, or just blind sheep following their shepherd? I mean, it's depressing that people are not questioning things, and that's why there is a certain need to almost attack certain videos of people in order to break down their logic, and because people seem to be doing this thing without thinking.
Well, the one thing I have a question about is if we're going to be discussing men's issues, right, MGTOW related issues to men, if we have a group of young men, right, and they come to whoever's channel and they say, you know, they're either commenting or you provide content discussing men's related issues. Well, like Hardburn said earlier, if the game is rigged, right, and we know this, and you tell men, hey, it's okay to go out and date, even though you know, right, that the game is rigged, and that it's like jumping in a pool, it's like telling somebody to jump into a swimming pool full of sharks, and hey, maybe one or two might bite you. It doesn't make any sense to me. That, you know, it's like you're promoting, it's like saying you're promoting double sides of a message. That's just something
it isn't. What I do, I mean, the way that I think about it is, okay, what I do is I tell someone, look, this pool is full of sharks. Sharks have teeth. This is a piece of steak. Look at what happens to the piece of steak, right? And then they look at the steak being torn apart, right? You still want to jump in the pool of sharks? There you go. This is what you can do to protect yourself. You're still likely going to get eaten and going to be ripped in shreds, but I can't tie you down or control you or close the tank or whatever. I leave it up to you. You're a reasonable person. Make your own decision.
This is interesting, right? Because MGTOW seems to have gone, for many, down the road of celibacy. Complete celibacy, monk-like. They've done the risk assessments and said it's safer, 100% safer, not to deal with women. But we know for a fact that was never the one of the tenets of women, of MGTOW, to swear women off completely. We've all said this in the past, you know, some men still deal with women. It doesn't mean you're not a MGTOW. But for some of us, this is where we get stuck, because we sort of say, well, if we're going to calculate the risk, we have to move women aside in terms of wasting our time, wasting our money. You know, we're investing time and effort in women, and it just doesn't make sense. And then we end up going down that road, further down that road, and we end up just saying, just forget women altogether. And for some of us, and again, we don't have to do what people say, and our thinking doesn't have to be influenced. But for some of us, it feels like within MGTOW, people are saying, come on, you know, they're tempting people. Say, oh, you know, women aren't that bad, and you can still fuck a woman. And, you know, it's almost that not all women are like that argument. And people sort of say these things, and you think, compared to the advice I'm giving, which is completely avoid them, that is 100% foolproof. You not get fucked over. It's like lesser advice. I know you're trying to sort of say people are going to do it anyway. So if you're going to fucking do it, at least do it this way.
It's because, I mean, at the end of the day, I see it like this, right? The Catholic Church try to reduce the number of HIV people by telling them that, you know, it's against religious principles to actually have sex with women before marriage. Women need to be virgins, etc. Right? And you reduce the number of sexual partners of someone, therefore that avoids let's say avoids them getting HIV. And surely if someone never has sex, they will never get HIV, right? But majority of people are still going to have sex. The majority of people are still going to engage, and I can't think for a minute when I was 21, for example, or 19, 18, 16, 17, that my mind would even allow me to do that. So if by some weird accident these people have found themselves in the community and they will still have sex, I'd rather them knowing, first of all, how to have sex and how to behave with women rather than doing it in that way. And I know that the best way is to avoid things, right? I mean, the best way to avoid a pregnancy is not to have sex at all. Right, but there are so many contraceptive methods that are actually being used because people are just going to have sex. That's our nature. That's what people are going to do. It's unfortunate that we can't just, you know, overpower our nature and just go beyond it and all that. But it is what it is, and I'd rather.
I think we can. I honestly think we can. Well, I can because I have.
Of course we can. It's not that it's impossible, but I can't tell them like you can. Some people can. Personally, I don't do it as much as before, but I still like to have sex every now and then. But let's say you can. Out of everyone here, how many people have sex and how many people don't? The majority of people don't have sex here, right? But if we were you do. Okay, so 2 people, right? Me, you, and the rest don't, right? So, and that's voluntary celibacy, and that's what people do. So 2 people don't have sex and the rest don't. But if we invert the whole situation with the outside world, with the majority of our content subscriber base or whatever, those people will be in their majority be having sex, and it's unrealistic to expect from them that they will reach the conclusion that they will never have sex again in their lives. That's my principle. It's kind of like I don't know. People will try and find ways around things, right? Even with a diet or whatever people do, they will try and find ways around it because it's more difficult to say no, especially when, you know, there are opportunities around you, or, you know, women are ready to fuck you, or, you know, it's like coming home when you're on a diet and there is I don't know, 50 cakes of all sorts with your favorite cakes and everything in front of you, right? The chances are, you know, if you're really strict on your diet, you're not going to eat one of those cakes, right? But the majority of people will have a piece, right? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, but it's like Zita was saying earlier, you know, many people are going to have to reach rock bottom before they finally say, now I understand, it really is not worth it. But, you know, if they don't, then they've been lucky. But, you know, chances are, on the way things are out there in the world, then one way or another, their life is going to be damaged immeasurably.
Well, yeah. I mean, isn't this
it's got to be properly engaged.
Protection. Go ahead, Zeta. I interrupted.
Yeah, no. Yeah, sorry, just to emphasize that. There's got to be a fine, and that's the realistic approach, Messi, is you got to be able to draw a fine line. You know, to what extent is a guy receptive to the material, to what's being discussed, you know?
It's all about risk assessment, too. Risk assessment.
Well, this is part of risk assessment, too, as well. And, you know, obviously, you know, guys who show some integrity, they will show in their behavior. You know, even online here, you know, eventually you'll be able to see some semblance of consistency. People who have integrity will show that, right? But, you know, be on the lookout. I mean, guys are exploring. They're still going through. And, you know, all we have really is all this abundance of information. They're going to make up their own minds regardless.
You guys, You guys are actually wrong. I think people are doing the risk assessments. What they're doing is they're calculating the risks. I mean, what are the risks of pregnancy, of fucking without a condom, for example? Well, if I don't jizz inside, the risk is so and so, right? What are the chances of a false rape accusation, for example, if I engage with this female at this point in time? They're small. I mean, all of the risks that we talk about, they are small, but they're there, the real risks. And like we said, the woman always has a gun in the room, and she can pull the trigger whenever the fuck she wants to. But the risk, again, is small. If you do it in just statistical numbers, it's small. If you don't enter in a marriage, etc.
That's not true, because the risk isn't small. And going by statistics, the risks are great. Look at the amount of kids that don't see their dads, and
but that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
that is the truth of the matter, because for every child that doesn't see their dad, there's a dad that doesn't see the child.
But so, you're doing a cumulative assessment of a risk. What I'm saying is that these single guys, what they're doing is they're calculating for that sexual experience that I'm going to have, that one sexual experience that I'm about to have right now. Then you have to take into account all the sexual experiences.
What they can't do is assess which one of those sexual experiences is the one that carries the most risk. And statistically, and if you go by percentages and probabilities, every single one carries the same risk.
Exactly.
So every single time they do it, they're playing Russian roulette. You know, it's like, it's tempting fate. It's just sort of saying, I got away with that one, I'm going to do it again. And let's look at that mindset. You're going to keep getting away with it until the time you don't, if you keep doing it. Even the best goalkeeper, you know, he will let a goal in. If you keep taking shots at him, sooner or later you're going to get one past him. And it's just
I think the other thing about it is that, yeah, Messenger, I have to agree with you, because the other reality is that I don't see things getting any better. I mean, I think they're going to get worse, and so I think that increases the statistics of those chances coming true.
Right.
They are worse than they were a decade ago. And I got seriously fucked a decade ago, and many people did, but now I just see things as being a lot worse. So the probability of getting fucked over in this day and age is far greater.
It's increasing, but the thing is, for example, I'll quote, I don't even remember the name of the study, and this is a medical study, for example, and they were doing studies as to why do fucking teenagers get pregnant all the fucking time, right? Is it because they're idiots or whatever? Why don't they just simply use protection, etc.? And what they're doing actually is a risk assessment on the chances of that woman getting pregnant if he is to have unprotected sex, and both men and women are doing the same thing, right, in these situations. And because the risk for that, you know, that one sexual intercourse being so small, people still do it, and some of them still get pregnant. And the cumulative effect of that is seen in a lot of numbers, in large numbers of teenage pregnancy. But people are themselves doing this risk assessment, and it's a risk assessment.
But do you think that is a conscious risk assessment?
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah, but are they thinking it? Are they thinking with their right mind? Because bearing in mind, you know, they're being led by their dick. You know, their brain is full of endorphins. You know, I'm going to get laid. I'm going to get laid. You know, it's like temporary insanity. Just before sticking their dick in a woman, that they don't think rationally. They don't think like that all day, every day. And a risk assessment to crossing a busy motorway is different, and you have a different mindset than the risk assessment you have when there's a naked woman in front of you who's got her legs open. It's a completely different rationale going on there. I think people temporarily take leave of their senses, and that's why it's called reckless behavior. You know,
I think to add to that, Messenger, you know, it's almost like, you know, I mean, we're men here. We've noticed that after you have, you know, gotten off and you've done your thing, you really don't care very much about the woman anymore, do you? I mean, this is a built-up gratification, I think, and it's just built up, and then you release it, and then things are completely different. And I think when that happens is you regret a lot, because you're so hyped just to get involved with the experience itself, that before you know it, once it's done, and then you change your mind completely, and now you're fucked. You know, I think.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: risk assessment is also going against some other huge concepts that are happening here. So we generally in the West, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but cynicism, the general apathetic attitude of everyone is on the rise. But when you set a cynic down and you open them up, you'll usually find a very sensitive, romantic, for lack of a better word, that's still holding on to these old ideas and these old tropes about what love and romance is supposed to be, even the most diehard of cynics. So when part of this risk assessment is like, even though it might just be biology, in their brain, they're playing out all these movies and poems and all this other shit in their brain. Well, this could be the one. Maybe the narwhal exists. And like whether they even know the concept of that or not, everybody is so hyper individualistic, they're still hoping out like, well, maybe I can meet my other half. That vestige, that old crazy romantic notion is still very much alive, even amongst people that are not quite blue pill or even red pill. That's something that has to be deconstructed over and over and over again. And even at the end of the day, how do you reconcile not believing in love, but then you're still somehow spiritual or religious? We have Mgtow that are religious. So
that's interesting. It's interesting that you say that, because I remember, I can't remember where I heard this, but it was it was a saying that says you create the false sense of romance, you create the false sense of love to create the entrapment or the entrapment of commitment. So this stuff is just fabricated garbage. Love is,
and at the same time, we can even reaction. It happens in retrospect, because even some of the older people will be told you, well, even though they their failed marriages or failed romances ended horribly, there's a couple moments within that relationship that are golden as memories. And some of the more mature, wise Mgtow hold on to those memories, but they don't live off of the laurel of those memories, thinking it can happen again or they're going to be recreated. Exactly. They just see them for what they are. They're memories. Is it worth the risk of pursuing another relationship to get more memories like that, or not?
No, but you make a very valid point there. I include myself in that particular scenario where it's been a while, and yeah, I had some crazy ass relationships. My last one from 20 years ago, and even through the introspective process that I've done, yeah, I picked out those really cool moments that we had together. But on the other hand, this is going back 20 years, right? For some of the guys that are in that level. And of course we evolve, even when we don't think we are, down the road, and we're in a position to be able to be introspective and say, hey, yeah, that was good. And, that also, took me to the next level too, as well, having been in that relationship to whatever extent. But understand that, there's been a progressive thing going on for the past 50 years, in terms of the gynocentricity and things. And the playing field is getting tougher out there, and greater precautions are going to be needed. And I think that's what Messenger was trying to drive home and arguing with you, Nico, on that.
No, I completely agree with Messenger.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with him on that specific issue. But it depends who you're targeting your videos to,
right?
And what kind of people you get in your community. If
right.
someone is under 30 or whatever in my community, and I'm actually right in the border. The majority of my subscribers are either over 30 something, 35 or whatever, and the rest of them are in their 20s. Those people are into the point in time where they want to engage in sexual activity. The risk assessment, as you say, is not working brilliantly. They're surrounded by women all the time in universities or at their jobs or whatever, right? And all these people are going to end up engaging with women. They will. I know it for a fact. The majority of us know that will happen for a fact.
That's very true.
Why would I not target a message for them as well? Why do I have to go the complete other point in, let's say, to the complete opposite point?
Isn't this about responsible content making? Because we're all content makers here, and if we're going to make that kind of message and we're directing it at that person, the viewer, there's a responsible content that has to be adhered to, and that's wear a condom. Think about the risk management. Think about how you're going to go about this, and that's what we're talking about here, isn't it? What we're saying to them, not what they're going to do.
And I think there is a place for what Nico's doing too as well. And Nico, I've listened in on your past videos, and all this. And even though I'm in a different playing field, okay, but and I'm drawing from past experience to get to see what you're doing. And I get you, man. I get what you're doing totally, right? And it does serve value, for that demographic of guys in that age group, the 20 some odds, right? It's better to be as best informed as possible than having to second guess everything, like many of us older heads had to deal with, right? And take a crapshoot and who we could have talked to about this, about issues. So there is value in what you're doing there, Nico. And I think this is the thing, a part of that risk assessment. The more information that guys can take in, the more they can make, a justifiable decision, so they won't get fucked over. It's that simple.
And it does get easier the more you are within the content, within this sphere. The more you understand, the more you do introspection yourself.
That's right. That's right. And so it's
situations compared to before. Like if I compare my before, 25 when I was 25 or 26 even, and we're only talking 2 years. I'm kind of celibate now if I compare it to before. I'm not to any extent of the imagination, but I've changed a lot, and I've changed my management of things a lot. And
that's exactly it, and this is the discussion that we've had, right? You're off on your direction right now, which is totally cool, Nico. But it's also, we're sitting back and we're watching your evolution, how you are growing through your content production over time. And some of us have seen a change, and that's fantastic. That's pretty much how it should emanate right across the board for guys, right? Is to be able to see through their content over a given period of time, see that level of maturity. Right, that pretty much explains it. Sorry, hello.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah. No, hey, anybody else?
Well, each man's going to have their own evolution too, so we can obviously borrow from each other. But and it was like before, like going back to that, the water filled with sharks or whatever. You're going to tell this man, hey, this is the risk. Some of these men, not necessarily because of mental illness, but a variety of reasons, especially because if they feel already hyper-individual, they can be like, you know what, I'm still going to jump in the water, but I'm going to bring a gun, or I'm going to bring like a new kind of raft, and I'm going to shoot the sharks out of the water. I'm going to find a way to get what I want and still be immune to the risk.
But you know what's worse? At the other edge of the pool, right, there are men standing there who have successfully crossed the pool, right? Mm-hmm. That's the problem. And they're like, what is their trick? What have they done? What guns?
Are you talking about gentlemen that have been married for 30, 35 years?
Yes, right. And they're not in happy marriages or whatever. Some of them may have some of their limbs bitten off or whatever. But the thing is, these people see this thing and they still think they have a shot or whatever. So you have to tell them, these are the risks, etc., etc., etc. But do whatever the hell you want. I'm not gonna cry if you die. I'm not gonna cry, if you get beaten to shreds, or if you feed my pet sharks. I'm not gonna particularly cry. But that's all I can do for you. I can't be there to govern your every decision.
No, but it's impossible for you or anybody to do so, Nico. That's the whole point. And that's the underlying theme. To what extent, again, are we able to influence guys, or, to what extent are they going to wake up themselves, and take the initiative on their own? This is what, there's yet to be discovered. We just have to wait for more content on that, coming down the pipe.
Yeah, we're just trying to give the best message we possibly can.
And that's all we can do. Yeah, and that's just it. That's all we can do. Guys are going to make up their mind on their own, and how they're going to go about it. And keep in mind, there's that element. From the time that you fold that laptop, real life is happening right in that moment. Right? And, how's that being used out there? How are these little tools that we're sharing back and forth in our Hangout, how's it going to work out there? Right? Well, that's where the content comes in. Okay?
We're all saying the same thing. We're all saying the same thing. Just, think about this before you do it. And some of us are saying it more aggressively, and some of us are saying, well, don't do it. And we know that's not practical. We know it's not practical.
But that's true, Joe. But
It's total abstinence, that.
Yeah. But total absence is not going to, and this is just it, Joe. I mean, for some guys, let's keep in mind what we're dealing with here. And Nico, you know what I'm talking about here. We're talking about an urge. We're talking about a drive, okay, that men are willing to line up, and risk being, if it became illegal and punishable by guillotine, men are still going to line up. And so that has to be taken very seriously. And this is why, I agree with Nico. You need to put out that content. The more information that's out there, it's important. It's personally, I'm not playing in that field anymore, right? I like to be in overview mode and hope that it's going to be fruitful. But just as much are you going to promote that and keep going by all means. We also got to look at what the messengers are saying too as well. This is the aftermath, and that means there is a discerning factor here, gentlemen, between the guys and this is at the moment of betrayal, okay? And that's where the psyche changes right there. For any man right now, right this very day, is going to get fucked over in one form or another. Right. That's where the measurement really starts, in my view, is to what extent was the damage of betrayal, okay, going to impact this man to the point that he's going to go through his channels or whatever to the point that he comes and sit down with us, right? This is what I'm looking at, guys.
There's 5.6 million of them in the United States right now. I don't know. In other countries, there's 5.6 million potential MGTOWs if we explain to them properly.
Yeah, and let's keep in mind, I mean, I'm watching the Latins, now putting out content. Latin MGTOWs, if you do a search, there's about 2 or 3 Spanish-speaking MGTOWs. I find that astounding. Me coming of a Latin persuasion, and I always thought, I mean, these guys are diehard blue pills, but here they are putting out content. Basically, they're reverberating the echo chamber, but hey, it's happening, okay?
But that is what we need to keep. Like you say that there's 5.7 million people that could be potential MGTOWs. I see it as everyone can be potential MGTOW.
Yes, we do. Yeah, well, there is that element, and that's the thing that we were talking about earlier, Nico. Okay, is about that survival strategy that's built in at the back of our mind. Right? That shift, which I'm suspecting has to do a lot with that time that we got betrayed or we experienced that betrayal. Right? That's what I'm gauging.
But for example, I even think that even married people can benefit from the message. I'm not saying they can.
Well, they are. Look at the awake while married. Look at the straight shooters. Okay.
Exactly.
There are other guys. There are married men that I bet you right now are listening into this shit. Right? And are drawing from it. So this is even going right across the board. And hey, let's face it, even women out there are listening into this right now. And they're curious about, and obviously, most of us don't give a fuck about that, but they're listening in, okay? So there's obviously something that's of value that's happening, and it's moving lives, right?
They're not going to turn you off because you say you're abstinent. They're going to continue listening in and saying, I don't agree with that, but
yeah.
They're still going to listen.
But here's what's amazing. Here's what's amazing historically. Here's and I hate to use the term movement, but just for the sake of argument, when was the last time? Okay, and maybe guys who have been around for 4 decades, even right now, when was the last time you heard of a movement or something that's happening where a group of men are actually declaring we're going to be celibate, we're happy with it, okay, and we want to construct a life around that, construct a lifestyle around that. When was the last time you heard about that? The last time you heard about that was monasteries, monks from all over the world, right? That kind of shit. But this is, we got to look at this, right? There's a lot of, there's a lot to be explored here,
Yeah. I agree. I mean, I don't disagree at all with the message. And at the end of the day, I think it's to our detriment if we are to exclude people who are either not celibate or who are not of any persuasion or thinking, like us. People who are educated, like when Dark Knight was around, man, he was an educated man with a very strong scientific background, very strong.
He still is, and he's going to continue to do so. But I think the underlying thing and what's been lagging here, and I think this is what we're bringing to the table here, gentlemen, is to have a cohesive open-mindedness. Okay, we may not disagree with the other guy, but for heaven's sakes, or for whatever's sake. Right? You need to develop some kind of, and this is where the etiquette and the cordiality comes in, okay, as I see it, which we talked about earlier. There has to be that in order for the message to get out and the discussion to expand, okay?
just to touch on that, by the way, I think just to see the perspectives of just where things are going, specifically with men and women, just with the sexes in general. I think, like I said earlier, personally, my opinion is I think things are going to get a lot worse. So I think it's an adapt process. I think it's, I think at least what I'm trying to tell men is, hey, look, there's some shit coming and you need to adapt to the difference coming. And part of that, because, I'm 21, so I personally just, I don't even give a fuck about really fucking women personally. I really don't, because for me personally, it's just about, I have the internet. I can adapt to the differences. And I think just in terms of that scale, it's adapt or die, in my opinion. I'm a very cynical thinker, but I feel like I'm just doing men a dishonest message by not really being honest with them, just on that end.
Yeah, that's where it comes in. Now we have the other segment that are just giving out a false message, and we have to deal with them once in a while as content producers, and we just went through this, I think. Some guys are just off the wall with their message, and we have to say, no, you're hurting men at this point. If you're sending a man out there to get hurt, and I think this is Messenger's point, and Nico's point also, and it's pretty much all, if you're sending men out there to get hurt, oh no, not around here, not around our area, and you have a right to voice your opinion at that point.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and we have to strike people down giving false information for whatever reason, even if it's because of poor research or any reason they have in mind, or just for money. We need to get people's attention, and sometimes it means we need to be a bit divisive or whatever, and it does happen. It does happen all the time. And I recently, when I did that video with Sandman, man, that completely idiotic, retarded, I don't even have words, video that he did, and there was no scientific basis at all. I was so shocked at what I was listening, right, that I was like, maybe there is some scientific basis to this, right? Let's do some research. And I was even more shocked at the research that there was on it. There was absolutely no research. There was a bit of kind of like research on pheromones, and we still don't know shit about them. And that was it, right? And that he based his video on an article, which wasn't an article, it was a blog post.
Yeah.
So copulence,
yes.
Copulence, yes. All right. So I had to go in and actually break it down, and I did it in a very aggressive way, right? Because I don't know, man. At some point, you just get fed up of people just talking bullshit.
Right.
All the time.
There's a bacteria. Pheromones are bacteria, and what we have to worry about as men is bacteria, because they get us going. That's what signals our neurons, and that's what they misled you down that all men kind of know this, that if you interact with a woman, you're going to get excited, things are going to happen, you're going to start pumping out chemicals. And
you're going to go on autopilot.
Yeah, you're going to go on autopilot. And what they did is that was just a gimmick. They took this chemical equation that I looked at, and I said, well, this doesn't make sense because this is an airborne chemical equation. And then I started thinking, oh, wait a second, they're getting this wrong, and they're putting out false information. So in the community, what we did is we examined it, and we found out, no, that's wrong.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, Traversable, because with the company I work for, the CEO, he says he refuses to allow women in any of the meeting rooms because he says that it diverts the attention of the staff. And I think that holds very true, because dealing with certain financial related issues, you can't be diverted because you're dealing with other people's money. So they really, they have really broken this stuff down into very specific areas, I think.
I don't particularly agree with the bacteria theory. I know I told you this before, Joe, but I don't, because I don't find any evidence. We are mostly
science. Yeah, I'll look at some stuff on it.
I know specifically about bacterial flora in the gut, for example, and how it affects many things, and how you digest things, and your ability to get certain conditions, cancer, whatever. All of these things are highly researched right now, and it's a new field of research. As for bacteria coming from women and infecting us and all that stuff, I don't know if there is any research on that, and I don't think there is. But
yeah, I put some in my my video on what is love and everything. I put
I'll
all
check
the
it
links
out.
in there. Okay. Yeah, that's it affects us. It starts. Well, something has to trigger the neuron because because of the blood-brain barrier. Nothing can get through the blood-brain barrier. Very few things. If it does go through, like this chemical equation that they put up, that's going to pass through the blood-brain barrier and be urinated out. So what actually, the only thing that could actually trigger a man is something that either clogs the neuron and starts sending signals, right? Because that's what enacts the brain's ability to put start making the chemicals. If that didn't happen, and the only thing there is really and I'm not one of these guys that agree in this metaphysical love muscle that somehow, some way we just turn it on mentally. If that doesn't happen, there's no science on that. The only science I can see is the science of bacteria that clogs they come up, they die, they live for 3 days, I think it is, and then it clogs and it happens very quickly. It's like getting an A on a test. It happens, boom, it happens, and then you have to deal. There's so much evidence that men don't digress from the relationship until after 60 days.
Well, I mean, do you really need a parasite to cover that, to travel into your brain? We already have a system inbuilt to allow parasitic invasion in our thoughts by women.
How many billions of antibodies are alive? Billions, if not trillions, of antibodies are living in our system right now that tie in with our immunization system. Sorry, Nico, you're the expert on this, so to speak. You can answer that.
There are all sorts, man.
Exactly. And this is,
And our immune system responds to anything that's foreign and invading us. Anything that crosses into our bloodstream, then it will be killed. It will be cleared out eventually, and it will have an immune response to it. So bacteria can enter the bloodstream, but
there's phage cycles that go on, and the phage cycles are similar to everything in life. It's true with everything. It's true with light, space, bacteria, humans, from the rat experiment all the way up. That's what we looked at when we looked at the RK cycles. It's just a phage cycle, the same as the bacteria. The bacteria, this happens, this cycle happens. It usually comes in 3 steps, and that's the way it works, and that's the only way it can work. It's self-evident in every ounce of science that we have, even electricity. We have RK cycles, which turns your TV on and off.
On and off, yeah. I agree. I agree with that. Okay, I'm not sure how it ties in with that bacteria, but let's move on to something else. So Messenger left.
Yeah, Messenger's gone. But there's still us chickens here in the coop.
There was someone in the comment section that keeps mentioning my name. I'm not sure what the hell's up. What does Steve want?
Yeah, and HT Punch said that's incorrect, Nico. H Punch 54321. FYI, you're not the only medical resident. Ooh, okay.
Yes.
Okay,
What's
yes,
incorrect?
continuing.
What's incorrect?
Well, that's what we're after here. So H Punch 54321. Please elaborate.
What Joe was talking about, or what I was talking about, and I'm not sure which.
I'm not sure here. I'd have to dig through the comments section here.
No, that's the only thing he wrote. How about Steve? What's up with Steve?
Yeah, I gave Steve the link, so hopefully he's going to join in. He's got a couple of things he wants to go at with you, Nico. So we're just waiting for him to join in, I guess.
Is that Steve Hoka?
Yeah, Steve Hoka. Yeah. He had a couple of questions for you.
Yeah, Steve's a new member. Well, he's an old member that is just came around in the last few months now again, on the Mgtow scene, and he's what he would call himself a TFLer.
A true force loneliness guy. Yeah.
He's a runner, and I think he's a little mistaken on it. He's a very handsome man, I think, and he could do well with women. But hey,
Well, this is just it, and we were talking about that, Joe, Nico. You know, there's a lot of guys who are on the SMV scale fairly attractive. Okay, there's quite a few MGTOWs, I suspect, who are 7, 8s, and 9s on the scale. Okay, that are attractive. Okay, I believe Spetsnaz fits that bill, if it's fair to say, right? But this is an interesting phenomenon, and I think.
Has anyone seen Spetsnaz?
Well, no, but I'm just going by what the discussions with Stardust and Spetsnaz. You know, that apparently he's quite an Adonis, so to speak, right? Yeah. But aside from that, it's the point, okay? And I'm kind of gauging, and listening to Steve's work, okay? How much of that has to do with a personal insecurity about your own, self-perception, the way you perceive yourself and your own looks, and taking that and how you fit out there in the market, in the dating market, right? So
I'm not an Adonis for any. I don't think the SMV market just simply takes into account looks. I mean, many people say that all the
time. It's
a
myriad of things, exactly, Nico, and we explore that. Okay, but this is where I sent Steve the link for this discussion. Hopefully, he'll get in on this because I'd like that hammered out. And there's a lot of factors, like you say, Nico, about where the game is at once you get out there and start dealing with females.
Okay.
Hello?
Nico's taking a break. He's going to get something. He's going to get a beer.
Yeah, there you go. He didn't want to listen to me. I'm rambling on without a comma.
Okay, and very good discussion today. And what does this HD failure say? I am extremely attractive, at least in my mother's eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, HD failure. Yeah, knowing where you come from, you're always going to be your mother's eyes, buddy. So was I when she was around. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the cultural thing, and the multiculturalism, that aspect, from around the globe, and in Mgtow, which is, which ties in with that. I know Latin mothers, man. Oh yeah, their sons are. Oh, jeez.
My mom's from South America. She's Colombian, so yeah.
Oh, she's Colombian. Okay, yeah. So you know what I'm talking about there, Element X.
Yeah.
I'm half Latin and half Anglo myself, so I don't even know how that came about. But hey, it is what it is, right? So I've taken the best of both worlds.
Okay.
Anyways, what's going on here?
Okay, I'm back.
You're back.
Yeah. It took a short time. My flatmate walked in. We spoke in our mother tongue, and then I closed the door. Right. So, so is he coming in? Because I'm really interested. So he's a good-looking guy, he says. Let's check him out. He's all right.
I think that's what we're that's what we're seeing. He's got a beard action going on right now, which is that's probably going to take him out of the loop, the SMV loop. But again, you could take a guy like Steve, okay, and just for the sake of argument, put him through a regime, a makeover regime. He's going to come out like a good, attractive, good-looking guy. Right? And that's my point about, there's a lot of us here in Mgtow that are like that. And that's to shatter that illusion that people seem to think that we're the fucking neckbeards, with a fucking pot belly and, we smell like fucking, like yesterday's fucking boot sauce, right?
Well, I do, currently. Yeah, I do the shit.
Sometimes I like that, actually. I like being like that.
Yeah, it's nice, a bit dirty. It's nice and comforting to feel like that. Now, what was I thinking? What was I saying? That, the majority of Mgtow that I have seen, and I've seen many, right? I know the faces of many. They're not unattractive guys at all. They're not the kind of guys that, women imagine us to be. Just because we don't show our faces, the majority of people imagine that we look like, hair around the asshole, something bad, right? So that's not the situation at all. It's a matter of principle. It's a matter of ideas that drives people in the community, and that's what brings the majority of people here.
Mm-hmm.
I think he left, so he's not going to come to ask me questions. Okay. And I tried to look through the comment section. I'm not sure what the question was.
Yeah, exactly. We're just waiting for if he gets his G Plus up and running so that we can facilitate him coming in and out. But anyways, it is what it is.
Yeah,
moving on.
What we're talking about is the psychological effects of what we've witnessed in life. We get downtrodden, we get downbeaten, and then some guys stay in that area and they say, okay, it must be because I'm I'm not good looking. It must be because there's something malformed about my myself. No, not really. It's just that's going to happen because that's the way women are. They like beating up men.
Well, I think that the very fact that people are asking those questions, like, am I not good enough? Am I not good looking enough? Am I not strong enough, or whatever, is the kind of thing that's not getting women to be attracted to them. I think the biggest, what was it, in the PUA community that we talk about things all the time, that the most alpha people, or people that get the most women, are people who are completely oblivious to the outside world, are so secure in themselves just because they're so dumb to not be able to do any introspection. So those kind of people do get a lot of women, and it's the cocky attitude or whatever.
Yeah, the confidence.
The confidence that comes with it.
Yeah, on the other side of that, like, you know, I could safely say I wasn't 24, maybe 25, after many, many friends, girlfriends, even family members, when we would go out to public, they kept pointing out to me how a woman was flirting with me. I completely was oblivious to the fact that it was occurring, and I listened to enough people, and then I said, you know what? There is a pattern with that. That smile just wasn't because she's friendly, because it's the same smile I get under certain conditions and blase. Certain men, when they are insecure, there are signs toward them, but they don't notice it because of their insecurity.
Exactly.
The biggest part about this is building those men back up, isn't it?
Well, I used to tell people in the past, before the Mgtow community or whatever, is that you have to assume that whatever a woman says, that she always means yes. Whatever is happening around you, a woman always means yes. And I don't mean fuck her. That's not what I'm saying. But if you assume that everything that comes out of her mouth is an appreciation of how good you are, then you're going to go far, because your self-esteem, would just be that much higher all the time.
Yeah, let's talk about self-esteem for a little bit. Building that self-esteem in men, letting them know that they're not those bad guys that feminism tells them. They're not bad guys. We're not evil. We're not rapists. We're not this. We're all pretty good guys. And if we start from that, we get really comfortable in our surroundings, and then we can project that out into the world, and then that takes care of that problem.
I think men should even be allowed a margin of arrogance. You know, there's a lot of negative connotation when it comes to arrogance, and it's the same argument some feminists used to have when it was the whole bitch thing. An assertive woman is automatically assumed to be a bitch, blah, blah, blah. You know, actually the same thing can be, in 2015, we can have that same argument with men. So if an assertive, strong-willed, vocal man is now called an asshole, under all circumstances, right? He can't be strong. He's just not assertive. He has to be an asshole because he shows a little bit of arrogance, and it shouldn't be that way. Confidence. There is a difference between confidence and arrogance. And if you have a personality where you're always arrogant, yeah, you're an asshole. But there's a lot of nuance and a lot of gray area that we're capable of as men.
Yeah.
So
keeping them down like that is so important for women too, because that plays right into their ball court. If they get a guy that's that has no confidence, he's going to do anything to get that validation. We're secretly here, subverting their thing, by pulling men back up and letting them know, hey, you're an okay guy.
Well, if we focus specifically within the Mgtow community, much of the shaming that goes around this community is about either trying to shame men about them not being good looking enough, or whatever reason there might be, that's why they're checking out from the dating scene or the game or marriages or whatever, right? Or the fact that let's remember the arguments that they made so far, that you're ugly and you're doing a favor to society by being out, you're fat and bald. It's always any kind of shaming language that they might think about, and it's about that fact that you're walking away from what they want you in essence to be doing. Now, I've seen a lot of guys that were troubled by this response, because it's troubling to be seen to walking away from the narrative, from what's normal. And I think there is a nice beauty to it, a nice beauty to the fact that you're just doing your own thing and you're creating your own rules and you're just doing what feels right to you. And it's irrelevant what an outside for outside source means or thinks about you as a person, relevant, especially when they don't know you. And that's what we need to drive home for many of these guys that are going to have mothers that get them to get married or have children, or get involved with a woman, or girlfriends that might want to do that to them. It's not. It's all about you, and your decisions are your own, and the path that you walk is what you choose to walk.
Yeah. You know what I want for men when they come around here? I want for men to finally be able to say, hey, I'm walking away and I'm taking all this with me. And they believe confidently that there's worthwhile man there. They're taking all of this goodness with them, and somehow that's going to hurt the female the female collective. And it's a good attitude to have, that you're taking all this with you, because that tells a lot about what you think about yourself.
Absolutely.
I'm curious to know what everybody's thoughts upon the whole sex bot thing. I mean, how do you think
the sex robots?
Yes.
The sex robots. Well, before we get into the sex robots, I think that's a good point. But Steve Hoka has now joined our conversation, and just for the sake of giving due levity, let's keep the sex robots. But we're still on cue. Steve, welcome back.
Hey, how you doing? I just got back from a jog. I'm doing good. So what made you guys start a second one of these? I'm just curious.
Well, we discussed this last week, okay, and actually we've been discussing this. We've kept the first part of the throwdown to a 2-hour segment, and this is, pretty much, so we've created a theme pretty much, and it's an ongoing theme. We've had the same guys pretty much jump in, okay, yep. or showing up for the chat in that. And so with discussions, we thought, you know what, there's so much that needs to be discussed. Why not keep to our traditional, a tradition now, our 2 hours on Sunday starting at 11 EST, and start another one an hour later, which is what this is, Steve, okay? So anything that got triggered in the first part, and to accommodate a more variety into the subject of discussion. That's what the second part is about.
Okay, well, I wanted to give a shout out to anybody who was a MGTOW under 30 years old. Is that I'm going to do eventually a 30-minute video on the timeline of what precipitated the MGTOW movement, and I brought it down into 5 different things that happened. It starts in the late 80s or mid 80s, and so I just wanted to say that MGTOW, a lot of guys who are living the, going the MGTOW route, they have very intelligent dialogue like Nico does, and there's some younger guys under 30, but there's a reason why MGTOW happened, and we talked about that last week, and I just wanted to bring it up.
What is the reason that MGTOW happened?
Well, it started in the 1980s, and I'm going to do a more elaborate, more detailed video on this. In the 1980s, a lot of your baby boomers in the United States, particularly, I'm going to just apply it to the United States because this is a big area here. A lot of people a lot of your yuppies, your rolling guys that make a lot of money, were divorcing their wives in huge numbers. There was the divorce rate went through the roof in the 80s. No-fault divorce, of course, precedes this by the early 70s. I think Reagan pushed it. What happened was these, and I know girls that actually married guys like this, so I can tell you for a fact. And what happened was that. I'm sorry, this buzzer was going off. Hold on a second here. So what was happening in the 1980s was that there was a lot of these baby boomer guys were marrying these younger women in my generation, which was Generation X. It was like you had 37-year-old guys marrying 21, 22-year-olds because they had the money, the finances, and this would, of course, be their second marriage. Well, this led to a drain in the dating pool majorly. What followed that in the late 80s, in about 1989, a woman by the name of Susan Wolf wrote a book called Guerrilla Dating Tactics, and since then, for about a good 10-year period, there were nothing but books being written about how to meet women anytime, any day. Susan Rabin wrote a book. There was a guy named Terry Heggie in 1993 called The Shy Man's Guide to Dating with Women. Eventually, this progressed into what's called the pickup artist stuff. Actually, it was preceded by Ross Jeffries' material, which was
I know Ross Jeffries. Yeah,
Ross Jeffries' material, because I was growing up in the area of the Ross Jeffries area, and I remember when he came to the scene in the late 90s. He had that was called Speed Seduction, and then Speed Seduction led into the PUA, starting with David D'Angelo and Mystery. Then it went out into Tyler Durden and Real Social Dynamics. And eventually what happened was, and all of these guys were living, then Bill Greathouse came along and came up with TFL, which really defined a problem, which he created a name for something, which was to say that you had all these men out there who, no matter what they do, they cannot find a woman in their life because of this demographics change. And there's other social issues too we'll talk about later, but after the TFL, then of course they deny TFL. That ain't true. There was the incel group also they kind of ran in tandem with TFL, the incel. I'm sure you've heard of incels.
Yeah.
The incel. There's an incel forum called I don't know what it's called, loveshy.com, love-shy.com. But then it ran into the men's rights movement. No, we're a men's rights movement, and we're going to talk about men's rights and all these peripheral issues like false rape allegations. Well, then eventually Mgtow cropped up about 4 or 5 years ago, like late 2011. And I see all of this, how this all fell into place. This is a demographics problem that was created by these, and I believe these yuppies who dipped into the dating pool, and they threw this whole thing out of whack. And might take generations to solve this problem unless somebody puts their foot down and maybe a leader comes to power. Now, this is what I observe being 45 years old. I don't know. What's your take on it, Nico?
Well, I actually agree with what you're saying. I mean, I didn't know anything specific about what happened in the 1980s in America or whatever after that, but I knew the story from John Jeffries going all the way down. I mean, I don't remember his first name.
Right.
I know that he was doing some NLP shit and stuff. Now,
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. What I was going to say is that the last video one of the last videos that I produced, the one that talks about the nature of human sexual relations, right? That I detail specifically what happens and how our sex how the relationship between men and women varies between polygamy and monogamy, or multiple partners or single partners throughout your life, and what people do with regards to that. And there is a certain divide that's happening, and I believe that this is happening because of the wealth and how it's distributed in society in general. So,
yeah, well, that was a wealth issue. Let me interject. The wealth issue was that these younger girls were more attracted to the 38-year-old baby boomers that had money. And now, one thing I want to point out, there was a movie in the 60s called Goodbye Georgie Girl. It was a British movie about some old British nerdy kind of guy that eventually gets a young girl to fall in love with him, and it was kind of a cult classic. Well, that idea of a rich man marrying a young woman is not going to hurt society when it's in a minority. But when you've got 1 million baby boomers leaving their wives and then dipping into this pool, that creates a major demographics imbalance, which created all these dating books. And there were hundreds of them. I've got a half a dozen of them in my basement right now, or in storage. I got about 8 or 9 of them actually, and they're comical. I mean, they're all related to TFL. It's all a demographics problem.
Hey, just a comment on something that you mentioned in terms of demographics.
Right.
Have you noticed the fact that, specifically with college demographics, there's a lot more females accepted than lower males, and what I have seen is that, I touched upon this in one of my earlier videos, is that when you take a young female in a ratio class of 50-50, right, so there's equal boys to equal girls, she's getting equal attention. Well, here's the problem. The problem is, I think, that when you take her and you put her into a college situation where now she has to compete with all the other females, not only that, the reason why you see all these women being promoted into STEM fields is not because they want to get a job. I mean, these women don't want to be in the STEM field. They're there because that's where they think the men is. The problem is, because these women are occupying the STEM field positions that the men are trying to accumulate, they're wasting taxpayers' dollars, they're wasting everybody's time, and the women that are actually looking for those guys, they're occupying the fields. In addition to that, you also have the issue of these women getting useless degrees in art and all this bullshit. They're having a whole bunch of college debt, and they can't find enough guys because the ratio of guys is not enough to girls. There's more girls than guys. So you have this ongoing cycle of debt that these women cannot pay off because of the fact that they're being promoted to go in these fields that they're not going to complete. In addition to that, they're going to hit the wall when they're 30. They're going to be in debt, and this is why you see the reoccurrence fact that these women, you hear these random stories about guys that all of a sudden the women now tell them they're in college debt and they didn't tell them about it because they knew there would not be guys there to pick up the debt.
I completely agree with you. I mean, what both of you guys are saying is absolutely spot on. I mean, when I went to medical school, 76% were women. right? Women, not men. 24% of us were men, and all of us graduated, and the women after the ages of about let's say 25, 26, the majority of them started going part-time, and that's how it works, right? That's how it works in the UK, and that's how it works in most countries. In any particular STEM field, where women are more than men, that's what ends up happening. And because STEM fields like medicine, for example, are highly financed by governments or whatever, especially in the UK, that's how it is. There is a debt that even goes to the government that's never exactly paid off because women work less than full time.
Right.
And there is an inequality there. But what I was talking in specific was a bigger inequality of what happened. So there was this article that was published recently, and it was talking about women, a particular demographic in Australia, for example. And there were so many million of single women. And they said that there were only so many thousand men. I think 150,000 men available.
Hey, by the way, can you leave a web addresses in here? I'm going to send a link to Nico, but I don't know if you can send a web address through this.
You can send it here. Send it here on the sidebar, right?
And I'm trying to, but it's a message not sent. Oops, remove any web addresses and try again.
No. On the sidebar here, press the blue button on the left corner, right?
Oh,
and you'll
okay,
see
okay, in the interface. Okay, I see. Okay,
that's what I mean. So they found that's only 150,000 men that are suitable for these women. And when we mean suitable, we're talking about men who make over $65,000 a year. And that's what suitable means for women. Because right now, men are competing with other women. And a lot fewer men are going to universities and getting jobs that will pay more than $65,000. So the numbers are really, really small, which means that small number of men are getting all the attention from women. They're getting women to fight over them. Seriously, that's what's happening. And then you have the rest of the men just not doing very much with regards to their dating scene. And we're talking about specifically blue pill kind of like reality right now. And so all these men are getting, 150,000 men are getting all the attention from the women, and the rest of the men are being discarded or utilized either for reproduction, and then they bleed them dry. Right, so that's what happens with that, and in that.
Yes, I agree, but you have to look at this. This starts; it goes into a stream. All of these things are peripheral, and they all happen because, for example, people are making the arguments that what's caused women to be so egotistical today is you got Instagram, Facebook, and all these things. These are adding to the problem. I believe the problem started in the late 80s with these yuppies marrying getting divorced and marrying these younger women, because then all of these dating books started coming out, and then Ross Jeffries came out, then PUA came out, then TFL came out, then it's all following like a line, like a pattern. And in addition to this pattern, there's all these things on the side, like women getting more attention in the classroom, being recommended for medical school when they're not qualified. And so yes, you're no doubt we've got like multiple issues going. I don't believe in these one-size-fits-all answers. I think there is multiple issues, and we're touching on all of them, which I think we should, because we're looking at the whole timeline and all the stuff going on in real time.
I mean, just here in the United States particularly, they just passed some law, I don't know what state particularly, but female officers no longer have to pass physical exam tests. I mean, what kind of fucking message is this going to bring to a 300-pound man or somebody that can pick you up by your throat and throw you halfway across the room? This is insane. I mean,
well, I agree. I agree with both of you guys. I mean, the problem is very diverse, and the problem is right now. I mean, I think in any society, and I agree with TFM on this, on any society that's standing there for any particular period of time, wealth accumulates into a specific subsection, because wealth accumulates. Right, in families, in groups, etc. And that particular subsection of the population will benefit greatly from the female population. In the past, we're talking long time in the past, if there was relative security within, let's say, civilizations, they would switch the system from monogamy to polygamy. And the people on the top would benefit greatly from that. There would be harems for those people. They would have multiple wives. And the people who are right under them, or in the top 10%, they would benefit greatly from that system. But the rest of the system suffers. And the problem with that is that systems like that get overthrown because men do feel disenfranchised. They do feel unhappy. They will compete with everyone within their means, and there will be violence. I mean, that was the message that came out of the research that I did on that particular video. And we see violence happening all the time. And the most disenfranchised groups in every society can be seen in the ghettos that exist, you know, in migrant populations that come in from other countries that are really, you know, less well off than the rest of the population. They have too many men in that population, and those men are not seen by the rest of the women that live in that
That's
society.
Right. That's right.
Suitable mating partners.
Yeah, and we touched base on. We talked about this, Steve. We touched base on this using Toronto as a framework.
Right.
What Nico's saying here. This is a
yeah,
very, very important element to discuss, which I think we're going to carry over, Steve, into some other hangout with regards.
Okay, yeah, we can do that another hangout, but I wanted to explain to Nico, for the younger guys under 30, that what the issue is that it is harder. What I believe what happened was, after this demographic change was messed up, now what happened was the baby boomer guys who were displaced because of lack of women were able to now dip into the younger generation of women in the Gen X or Gen Y generation, and I think that this problem is going on. Now it is a known fact through statistics, you can look this up, that there are more single men in the dating in the dating scene than there are women. It is not a 50-50 ratio.
Well,
so
this
creates a problem, because if the ratio were 105 women and 100 guys that were single, this, no matter how much propaganda you throw out there, this could be wiped out, or a lot of it could, just by the simple fact that a ratio. I think it's a ratio and a societal. I mean, like a problem with the media too. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well,
that's the point I want.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go Zita. Go.
Yeah, sorry. No. Just to supplement what you're saying, Steve. I mean, it's interesting if anybody's going to do research out there, really look at the 18 to 35-year-old male, because this is the growing trend, I guess. You know, let's really look at what's happening there. Right now, in this given period of time, you know, there seems to be an increase of guys opting out in that age group. Okay.
And a lot of this Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, and Nico, go ahead. Take it from there,
sorry,
Nico.
what I was going to say on this particular issue is that there are many guys that opt out, and even guys who will relatively do well, right? I'm Mgtow, I'm a doctor, right? So in the dating scene, I'm not going to do too badly. The thing is, all of these guys live the realities of the dating scene from before, so they.
And by the way, the screwed up dating scene is what makes 20-somethings become MGTOW. I don't care what anybody says. I don't ever call it. Okay, I won't accuse everybody of being TFL. The fact that dating is a miserable marketplace now for the average guy is the reason why most of them are now going MGTOW, and I really believe this. I think that if guys could get girlfriends and have lovey-dovey kissing and holding hands and have a woman to validate them, even if they had to wait till marriage to have sex, I think there would not be this plethora of MGTOW under 30-somethings. I think that the sexual drive and the drive to want to have a woman is so great that guys this is the reason why it's happening. And I believe that demographics could have been majorly responsible for shifting this problem, because now all the women that are Gen Ys are all want to be with these older guys that got money. I mean, I think there's a lot of this change.
Just a comment, Steve.
Yeah.
Just a comment on what you said earlier. You know, and so much of it is that these people would not have the platforms that they have unless the people with the money fund this stuff. So I think that the people, I mean, because I don't know who was that person on Lacey Green or whatever on MTV. She's not the boss of MTV. There is somebody that okayed her to be on that show, and there's somebody who's putting money into that.
Right.
So, you know, there are people perpetuating the issue more than just the problem itself, and that's where I think we have to start looking.
I think what's happening right now is that because I am of that demographic, let's say 18 to 35.
That's right, Nico.
Perfect guy to have talking about this. I'm glad we're here talking. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, exactly. Nico.
So, and I speak to a lot of, well, I'm an immigrant, I guess, to this country. I'm in the UK. I'm relatively well, making good money, etc. All of these things, you know, I'm in the privileged group, but a privileged group, as the feminists say. But anyway, so I do talk to other people who have migrated in these countries, other people who are having, you know, jobs of other issues, and I have experienced the dating scene from before. First of all right, yes, having an accent is attractive to women and all all that, but you're never seen as a, you know, long-term dating partner or whatever. What you're seen as is, yeah, exactly, right?
You're a fling.
Problem.
And the majority of the guys who are also immigrants or people who are, you know, in their 18, 20, 21, 22, all the ages up to 25, they live all these realities where they're simply seen as flings, right? Now, the opposite is not true. For example, if you are, let's say, Zuckerberg, for example, who has billions, he stays with his girlfriend and he gets married, right? And the woman sticks around with him. Right, that's what happens, and that's the realities that people are seeing. And by default, if, for example, in the UK, the majority of the guys below the age of 35 are not getting married, and anyone who doesn't get married by the age of 35 is unlikely to ever get married. Right, and these are the statistics on the issue. The majority of people within my subsection of the, let's say, age demographic of men is choosing not to date and not to get married. Many of them still do, especially, let's say, people who are born in this country, but nowhere does the message resonate. So things that I talk about, these things that I talk in my videos about, that I talk about in real life as well with other men, nowhere does that message resonate more other than immigrants or people who are suffering or have to work manual labor or whatever. More. It resonates with them distinctly, and they know exactly what we're talking about. We're putting many different words to it. Maybe we're using a bit fancier language to say exactly what we mean, but this thing, they're living it, right? The Mgtow thing, it becomes a natural choice for them, and they capitalize on it. Many guys will either just completely shun women away and never have anything to do with them. Other guys will shun marriage altogether. Other guys will simply fuck anything that moves, right? And that's what men choose to do. But
and
none of them.
But it gets back into the numbers, because I believe that once you obviously we couldn't do this experiment, but if you could have a society where you could put 2 times as many women as men, okay, and give women all the power, the ugliest guy in the group would still be getting hot-looking women, because the numbers. I think you can't rule numbers out in addition to the other issues, like, let's say, the social media does not help the situation. But I think that I think that if we look at the demographics, and many guys have emailed me charts and figures from the Census Bureau, there are more single men between 18 to 35 that are outnumbering their female counterparts almost 2 to 1, it seems, or at least 1.5 to 1. It's a major shift.
Hey, Steve, Steve, do you think, in terms of just some researching the demographics that you've done, do you think that this is basically I'm trying to figure out the right ways to put it. I think the damage is way far gone.
I think what it would take to change it would be if you had a Vladimir Putin, a moralistic leader like a Vladimir Putin. Believe it or not, he is a sexual moralist. He's not a guy that has 50 women on the side. He's a one woman type of man. You'd need a leader to come to power that would stop promiscuous sex completely, put an end to it. Create a law that says you're going to find a wife, and that's it. Every man will find a wife. I don't care how you do it. Every handicapped man might find a handicapped woman, or vice versa. And if guy wants to be single, fine. But there would be none of this messing around. Right now we have like a lot of guys, younger guys have said, the laws of the jungle, which is allowing women to do this because the demographics favor them. Number one, there's more horny men to women, and plus there's more laws that favor women, which is another of these issues. There's a lot of things going on. What could stop this in its tracks immediately would be some sort of group of leaders, and you could appoint in the black community. You could say, look, we're going to appoint this black leader to get shit straight in the black community with the sex thing. Like, every black man is going to find a black woman, and that's the way it's going to be. And that existed for a long time in black America. Every black guy did manage to find a woman at some point. But all of this has changed to the law of the jungle now because of I mean, this has just gone amok. And I think that this problem is not going to solve itself without extreme pain unless somebody comes to power and puts their fist down on it.
Well, if history is anything to go by, every time that this problem occurred, there was a war that cleared out the competition for many men. When by that I mean that many men died and the dating pool became again quite pleasant for the survivors and the victors, which is what I predict is going to happen.
Yeah, and plus, again, another issue is that, of course, what keeps the demographics in favor for women is not many men want to go to war and die anymore, which I don't blame them. I mean, honestly, I would rather be a celibate guy with a technological advancement than be a guy, you know, like in the 1800s and have a wife but have to work in the coal mines or something awful, or work in a factory. So we actually, MGTOW men do have a better lifestyle. Even if we can't get sex, which I haven't had it in over 3 years, I mean, I don't really care, because I still can enjoy a quality life without it, you know?
Yeah,
Just to comment on what you said earlier, Steve, about you know, the excessive sexualization, especially here in the United States, with just the way, you know, everything is being pushed. You know, especially with, you know, the legalization of, you know, gay marriage here in the United States.
That's a sidetracked issue. I don't even think that's important. That the gay marriage issue is just a distraction, really. Okay,
yeah, I think the problem is just the fact that the sexual promiscuity is promoted to an extent that it's damaging everybody.
Yeah, well, it's making sex you know, Bill Greathouse, call him a dumb hillbilly all they want. He says they want us to be obsessed with sex. He said TFL movement is not about guys that can't get laid. It's about making awareness of the fact that there's guys that just want to find one good woman in their life. And when you have a ratio that favors women by a long shot, in addition to that, you have all these social things like the media pushing sex. You've got the government protecting women, and you've got the educational system making women more hypergamous. They only want to date doctors and lawyers, because after all, if you're a college-educated woman, you don't want to date that plumber. Oh no! So all of this stuff is not helping the situation. And Nico, even in your situation, you could very easily find yourself fighting in the dating scene. Like, maybe you won't make enough money, or you might just be a novelty to a woman, and then she'll move on to a guy that's got more. So I don't know what you think about that.
But I mean, the experience of guys, and I'm not the only MGTOW who's a doctor. There's Romer, who's also a doctor, and there was someone in the comment section again who said he's a resident as well. So I'm not the only one that's going through this. And the thing is, things change drastically. So right now I'm a doctor. I have a nice car. I live in my, with my flatmate. Okay, I don't live in a horrible apartment. I live in a nice apartment.
Right. You're making good money by European standards. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So all of these things, they do make me attractive to women. But I have experienced the before. Right. I have lived. I have seen it, and people make the moral choice against their instincts to stay single, and they want to capitalize on things if you can. I mean, your biological incentive is not to find a woman and have a family; it's to have sex as much as you can, and that's what guys.
The only thing I don't like about that, there's a lot of people preaching that. Like, I don't know if you've seen the MGTOW guy is Alex on Life. But there's a lot of guys that are obsessed with this idea that men's ultimate goal is to impregnate as many women as they can. I don't necessarily think in a civilized society most men want to do that, because that requires a lot of responsibility and social stigmatization that's not worth it. So I don't necessarily think all men want to just stick their schlong into every vagina they can. I certainly don't want I think most guys really would ultimately like to find just one good woman to be monogamous with. But you probably disagree.
I disagree with this because I mean the way that I see things, it's not men want to have multiple children or any of that. That's a false equivalent. Like, people look at evolution, and that's the problem with people looking at evolution and not really understanding it. So people look at evolution and they say that, okay, people want to procreate. The ultimate goal of evolution is to, replicate your DNA and have it survive the next generation. Yes, and the evolution gives us instincts in order to do that, right? But it also gave us a brain in order to be able to adjust and, risk stratify and do or make our decisions. So men have the sexual drive to have sex with women, right? The ultimate goal of that is to have children. The ultimate goal, evolutionary speaking, right? Not the ultimate goal in that man's mind. But the man will have that drive to have sex with as many women as he can possibly have sex with. But that man has the understanding that if he has unprotected sex with so many women, he's going to have fuckloads of children that he's not going to be able to support in the society that we live in now. Therefore, that man has as much sex as he can using a condom all his life. And men who don't come to this message and have the opportunity to do that, they do that. And
Right,
that's
but I
the
don't
problem.
think that okay, but Nico, where I disagree with you is we are a civilized society, and we can't have a society of a bunch of horny guys impregnating a bunch of women and leaving other guys hanging dry. So where I disagree is we are smart enough as a species to have created monogamy for a good reasons, and it's worked very well. The unattractive guy we still got sexual satisfaction from an unattractive woman, you know. So my thing is that I don't know why we want to keep going on and on about man needs to screw as many women as he can, because what does that leave the other guys? I mean, we're here in the Mgtow movement trying to make this a system where we can get guys recruited to either bring things back to sanity or flat out drop out. But I don't think that we want to see a world in which guys are screwing all these women.
But I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that I'm promoting a world where a man sleeps with 150 or 200, 300 women. That's not what I'm saying, right? What I'm saying is that this is the natural drive for many men. The extent to which they act this is the extent to which the women allow them to act this. After all, we need to understand that we're not the ones controlling the sexual interaction. I mean, as Mgtow, we have a bit more control. Certain men check out from the dating scene altogether.
Because it's a pain in the ass. Because it's a pain in the ass. No, if the dating scene wasn't the way it was, guys would not be checking out. I'm checking out. I'd like to date a woman, maybe go out and have a good time, even if it didn't get sex right away. But the fact is, most women, the dating scene, even for 45-year-old guys, is a nightmare. 45-year-old women, they don't hit the wall. They're still playing "You Go, Girl." I know this. I see these 47-year-old
I see them all the time.
They're not suffering at all in the dating scene. Where is this?
No, the cougars are going well into their 50s out there, you know, and this is what I'm seeing out there in the market, well into their 50s, and I'm telling you right now, but their target. But their prime target is a young buck in his 20s, okay? Because he's easily manipulatable. And there are some women still who get, you know, they have hit the wall, but they've reworked themselves and gives themselves a makeover. But, you know, make no mistake, they're after the young buck, especially these Gen X women, you know, the 45-year-olds. You know, I saw this pattern, Steve. They're after the young bucks, okay? They're easy to manipulate, okay? And this is the angle. And whatever puss they got, you know, they're going to use their pussy, man. You know, in every way, symbolically.
When these women are 60, I don't think they will. But I don't. At that point, I'm not going to be dating. If I'm 60 and I have to settle for a 60-year-old, I don't think at this point I'll be so bitter. I mean, this creates a bitter person. I mean, this is the bitter pill. This is what they call Mgtow rage. When you go year after year without a woman or a date, or you see how women are, and you start to really realize, and you see this, Nico, with the younger generation. These guys are very angry.
Yeah, but the thing is understanding how the system works. So realistically speaking, always, right? Society was checking how many, you know, men are allowed to sleep with that particular woman. The control was then after when that was lifted, and you just said, you know, each man does whatever he wants, each woman does whatever she wants, etc. Then it was up to the woman to have control over her own reproduction, because not reproduction, her sexual activities, for example. Now the problem with how things are right now is we're dealing with things that are unnatural. For example, contraception is unnatural. If you wanted contraception before, you just fucked a woman in the ass, all right, or got a blowjob. Right,
or pulled out if you were lucky. If you had discipline, you could possibly take a chance and pull out. But some people say it doesn't work.
That's what I mean. So right now, this is allowing a lot of freedom for women. It's allowing them to browse as many men as they can possibly can before they find the man that they want to stay. Right? And they are the ones that are allowing this to happen. It's a lot more difficult for a man to say no to sex than it is for a woman to say no to sex. And I'm talking about general terms here, right? And the thing is, they've done an experiment on this, and they said, they did this experiment with women, and it was an actual live experiment. It was actors that were going to men and women, and they were asking them, you know, if they're willing to have sex with them. And we're talking about really good-looking actors, right? And the majority of men said yes. Like 90% of them, married, not married, with girlfriends or whatever, said they would have sex with that woman. Now, the opposite was not true for women, because they are instinctually they are the gatekeepers to reproduction and
Right.
the gatekeepers to, you know, allowing that man in.
Right.
So that's what's happening, and that's what changed. It's not us that have changed, it's women that have changed.
Yes,
We're
no,
simply
for sure, no doubt. And another thing women are doing, and I did a video on this about a month ago, is called dating limbo. Women will go years without dating or having sex. I've seen a common trend with women today in America where they will break up with a boyfriend and they will not date for 3 or 4 years, and they might have a fling once in a great while. But because women can go into dating limbo and men do not, you actually add more horny penises to the picture, because now the guy that would have been dating her and committed to her now is your competition. So you've got this huge amount of women in dating limbo. They're just like, well, I'll just date whenever. I'll wait a couple years and I'll see when it comes around. Well, that's a huge factor, and now you got these guys just sitting there with their dicks in their hand, not knowing what to do. I mean, I went by a singles bar about a year ago, and in an old stomping ground I had, and it was really a sad situation. It was a bunch of young guys hanging out on the outside of the bar, kind of just mingling with their like, they just looked sad, like a bunch of like confused single guys, no women in the place, but maybe a handful of like maybe girls just getting attention, and it looked like they were just befuddled, like what's going on. And I felt like I wanted to go in there and try to broadcast it, but I probably would have got the crap kicked out of me because they would have been so sexually frustrated. But I think a lot of guys are not aware of what's going on, and they're not swallowing the red pill, whatever. And so you'll see this common thing with a bunch of single guys sitting in a bar. Where's the women? Well, they don't understand what's going on. The dating limbo is huge too.
Steve, I want to know your opinion on something, just real quick.
Yeah.
We have the issue of the, you know, I don't want to get into it too long because I know this could take up a whole entire hour.
I realize that.
But the one thing just on what I'm going to discuss with you is the whole fact of we have the sexual objects like dildos and all this stuff. Well, here's the reality, right? Well, what if that thing, I mean, these women could be in a relationship with a man and then fuck that thing, and then the guy's off at work and then he doesn't get anything, right? So when I'm thinking about the situation of this whole potential coming of the sexual robots that could replace that issue in terms of the sexual reproduction, that has its cons and its pros, of course. But what I see is that I already see these women using robots to replace men, because you go on these campsites and shit, and you see one of these machines and all this crazy fucking shit. It's ridiculous. They're already replacing that in that capacity. So I just wanted to know what your thoughts on that.
Well, my opinion of that is that would be a good alternative, but I don't think it's going to replace the real thing. And I think the best thing about women is they have the best of both worlds. They can get the magic dildo or the dick. They have both worlds. Men don't have basically any options. They don't have a doll that's realistic like a fuck doll, and they surely don't have the access to women on a large scale or even finding one good woman. So that kind of creates the odds are stacked highly in the women's favor for the fact that they can get the magic giant dildo and the guy if they so choose. And so
in addition to that, they also get paid on a website by doing it for free. I mean, it's just like it's 3 different levels of fuck you.
Male sexuality has zero value. It's like the male sexuality is like worth 5 cents compared to a woman's $100 bill. A male, even a good-looking guy's sexuality is replaceable. But an average-looking female, if she's got a nice tush and a nice set of boobs, she's sexually got the world by the balls. That's my opinion. I think there's not an average-looking girl with a nice tush and a nice set of boobs that can't get a lot of guys.
I think that's why that scares them so much, is the fact that if you can put in an artificial sense of reproduction to replace another side. There's this movie called Cherry 2000 about this. I haven't seen it, but I saw the trailer, and it was a future of artificial intelligence related robots that carried out the places of women. And what happened was feminism actually increased by threefold, and they actually had contracts where they go to bars in the movie, and they actually signed a contract just to be with another human, not an android.
And the problem we have with women too, and of course Nico probably talked about this, I've talked about this, women have a contempt toward weak men. The biggest problem that society is, not only are the numbers favoring women as far as dating and marriage and everything and education, but they have a hatred and a dislike toward anything weaker than them, including women. Women in wheelchairs probably deal with more discrimination from their fellow women than, say, men from men. So already we've got a species that is hypergamous and despises his weakness. So everything that could go wrong is going wrong. Now, men have one major advantage. We're the inventors, we're the creators. We could dip this in the bud right now. We could take the power back by physical brute force if we had to, and no woman could stop them. But there are not enough men with the spiritual mindedness to do that.
Yeah.
Well, the thing, I mean, that is all of these things that we're just talking about, and I know we have to talk about them because we need to explain the reasons as to why Mgtow became a reality. All of these things happened, and then Mgtow is now happening, right?
Right.
And it is a reactionary movement to the realities that are happening.
Right.
But, I mean, the information that we have right now will be applicable if the situation was to change completely, right? For example, if Putin was to change the situation and forced everyone to get married, etc., female nature would still be what it was. And
yes,
it goes
but it
back
would be kept in check. You'd have an iron fist to keep the son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You
Don't
would.
be
You would not. Yeah,
don't
sorry
shout
about
that.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
So yeah, even if the female nature is being kept in check, right? And it goes back to a video that Stardust did a couple of years back, I think, and he said that you know, at some point these men have realized, at least our generation has realized, that we are being used as utilities, and that's all we are to these women. That's all we are. And even if the world is to completely change, will we go back to how things were? I don't think
no, we
we
never
will.
I don't think we would either. But we could at least have the physical means to stop this nonsense. And we would. Here's one advantage we would have. Let's say Vladimir Putin type of leader came to power and said, "I'm tired of this baby mama crap, welfare. Every man's going to have a wife. Slutty women will get a reprieve, and they'll be forgiven for their transgressions, but they're going to have to find a husband or whatever." What would happen is, well, I know, guys wouldn't like that option, but let's say that we'd have to.
It's not going to happen to that extent. I mean, there's a different dynamic going on.
But we could. This would be a great novel, because you could make almost like a novel on this very subject. I might even do an audio book and put it up online for it. Maybe we could make like a scenario out of this. A leader that would come to power that would stop this stuff, because all we have is just the law of the jungle. So a leader could do this over a generation. It might take a generation, but it could be done. But it's not going to be done by the way things are now. If we leave it the way it is, it's just going to get worse. It'll eventually lead to some major civil war.
I will say that in terms of just to comment on that, just in terms of what if things were to get back to a point where even if the situation was in favor of men and things changed, the men that actually had ingested the red pill, they took the red pill, right? I don't want to go back to it. So how are you going to re-influence all that psychology to go back into that state of?
Well, because I'll give you an answer to that. We would admit the fact that yes, men to some degree are utilities, but we would now be back to where we know we're the man of the household. I could have no problem with my wife living 7 years longer than me. She's going to let me be in control, though. So it could, if we educationally wise understood, hey, my God, here's what it used to be like 50 years ago when this thing got out of control. We could go back to the plantation, but be more cognizant of why we're back there. You know what I'm saying? Would be more cognizant and understand. Yeah.
Can I say
That's
something
the thing about the plantation. It was the plantation before it was the traditionalism. Traditionalism is a manifestation of. It's just one way that it can be. So if we're actually talking about male and female nature, these things will remain the same. The point should be, and Mgtow for me, is transcending average commoner male nature. If I can do that, I'm good, right? It doesn't matter what situation presents itself.
Yeah, but what you're doing, though, is you're reinventing an identity, which is fine because the present situation sucks, but it's not feasible for every guy to live in this transcended identity, because a lot of guys want to find a woman, for crying out loud. You know, every young guy wants to find a woman.
That's true, but that's the discerning factor right there. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Let's calm down a bit. Let's not talk over each other. Let's try and behave like reasonable adults so that we can have a conversation. Right?
All right, let's let the moderate.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say, that is a traditionalist point of view, and it's not anything that I don't have many things against the traditionalist point of view. It's very good for raising children. Excellent. I don't have any intention of raising children. I have seen what women are and how women behave, what is their true nature, and how they're likely to be, even if they are under my dominion in a house and they behave, you know, according to the rules. I know how they think and how they operate underneath all of these things. This type of guys who have been privileged to the red pill knowledge or have come across Mgtow content will never go back. Even if I was forced to marry a woman under the law and be with her, I will never have children with her. I'd rather rip my balls
but see, but Nico, you realize how extreme your position is. You're
I
saying
know.
you basically want to end the cycle of your human race in your own little. You don't want to have a child, but I don't think that that's got to be the end all be all. I think that we could make a new generation of men who understand why we got to where we're at here now, without forgetting it. Like, people forget this. We could make this a part of the history books. Here's what happened in the year 1980s when all these narcissistic men divorced their wives, and this is what happened. So now we're back to traditionalism, but now we know what happened. So we at least have a historical record of this, and it's very important that with the MGTOW we keep a historical documentation.
But why do we look at this traditionalism as the ideal situation?
Because it has a track record for success. That's why.
No, it doesn't have a track record of success for. No, it's not a definition of success for men. It's not a definition for success for men at all. Not for their well-being, not for anything. What it has a good track record of success is making sure that your DNA travels in the next generation. Yes. It doesn't care at all about your well-being, your emotional health. It doesn't care at all about you being a disposable utility, about being sacrificed in wars, about slaving away in a job and giving everything to a woman. It doesn't care at all about any of that. What Mgtow did is it unraveled all of these things, and right now we see things as they are, and men are getting it, that this is how they've been used for millennia, right? And right now we're making a conscious choice as men to walk away from all that, even if it means my DNA's doom, and I don't give a shit about my DNA.
Well, I'm surprised you want to be a doctor. I mean, I would want to think that being a doctor, you'd want to think of the bettering the human race, and that's part of it is procreating, isn't it? Or, kind of keeping.
Well, why is it bettering the human race if we procreate? The majority of people that procreate are morons. They're feeding on the state, and I mean, if people procreate, a good number to procreate is have one child. That's it. Else. And people are not doing that, and we are already at a population of 7 billion. We can't say that procreating is good for us. And so there are arguments to all this. Numbers need to come down, and they need to come down in a certain way. I'm not saying that Mgtow is that way, but what I'm saying is that personally, for me, Mgtow works because I have to only care about my well-being, my emotional health, my, whatever I have to supply myself into, eating, entertaining myself in whatever way, maybe dating if I want to do that, I still do that, and I have my sexual gratifications met, but everything is about me, because the traditional.
Well, that's fine, but then Nico, if everything's about you, then basically you really can't have real friendships, because what you're saying to me is that my name's Nico and I'm all about me. I think we have to create like a brotherhood where we would be willing to make sacrifices for at least our fellow men. And
I said this before, and this is a thing that goes into medicine. This is what people don't realize as well, right? I mean, medicine is about making sure you help other people, right? And we have rules as to how we do that. We have the Hippocratic Oath and all that. But at no point in any of the oaths or anything that we do does my well-being go below the other person's well-being. So, for example, I will not jump in front of a bullet to save a patient of mine, right? I will wait until that bullet hits, and then I will treat that wound. That's what you'll do. You try to look after yourself so that you can look after other people as well, and you can continue to look after other people, and that's how you help other people. Sorry?
I was going to ask you, what is that? There's a specific name to that. What is that? Stress management or something like that under trauma situations? I don't know if there's like a specific word.
Triage. Are you referring to triage?
I guess that's the right terminology. I'm not sure, but I guess I'm referring to like.
Well, it's triage. I think it's the principle of triage, Nico. Maybe you can answer on that.
What principle? The principle.
Triage
is assessing who is in most need and acting according to the resources
that
you have around you.
Exactly.
Okay, I gotcha.
And that's what I mean. And we need to. Oh, Steve's out. Okay, we need to keep in mind that in order to help other men, we need to be able to be well in ourselves. It doesn't mean you can't form proper friendships, but you need to understand that you are the main priority for you. And it's a selfish concept that men still to this day do not understand very well. We're getting better at it, but they still don't understand it very well, even within this community.
And that because the distinction between, I guess, what we would call selfishness or self-nurturing and self-love and self-compassion and narcissism, a lot of people don't know the difference. And so when you tell a culture that is narcissistic, and this is both for men and women in 2015, especially the younger ones, it's all about you, they're going to take that it's, well, yeah, it's all about me, to the cost of everyone else. When I think Mgtow, at its best, can say, it is all about you as a man, yet you can still be altruistic and all these other things. So it comes down to, I really think it comes down to the word compassion, which is not talked about enough. So, we're responding to the lie of love, and part of that, especially with the content creators that do mention this, and it's coming from a place of compassion, like, you know what, I've been through this, I'd rather not see other men go through it, I feel your pain, what's next, what can we do better, how can we go our own way? That's compassion.
But we do have a gateway for that altruist, okay? Once we've gone through all the stages, especially after the red pill stage, that's something, and this is a good thing because I've been questioning it myself, making that transition from the mystical world of love into the realistic love, the realistic frame of compassion. So there's some value to what you're saying there, right? But I think it is it's a transition, and it's going to take men, time to get to that point. And again, using all the tools to work it through.
Yeah. And that's interesting because it goes back to what Nico was saying. Like, that's more of a true form of compassion. The Hippocratic Oath is or the triage is where you assess who needs the most help. If you're able to do this,
exactly. There's that's what the process is of triage. Nico, correct me if I'm wrong. Is being able to assess, what's immediately required in that situation, and be able to separate certain patients from, from that require immediate attention now, and they were faced with life-threatening, and then the other guys that can hold off and be treated accordingly, and then there are those that are just dying and prepare them for death. Kind of thing,
but
right?
That's what's happening. Yeah, exactly. That's what triage.
So, but it's that process. It's the question of making, and again, it ties in with assessment. Okay, with what to deal with, and what's the right recourse and the most humane approach, right? And so it is following a moral ethic code too, as well, right?
What we should never do is we should never push for a pushback back to a traditionalist system, or whereabout your DNA is secured for whatever reason, but you're never, the person that you were before. You're not going to live the same quality of life. You're going to be a utility, be used by women again. All of these things Mgtow can never stand for, because we're a highly individualistic movement, and we tell men you need to care for yourself. If you care for yourself, then you can care for other people if you have enough left. I don't want everyone to care for everyone else, but I want people who have the ability to help others to help others. That's all there is to it, and that's what the content is all about. It's our attempt to help and educate other people.
Mm-hmm.
And in a roundabout way, the interesting thing that I think, especially younger men that might be gravitated toward Mgtow, they're going to come, and this is maybe why we're seeing certain divisions, is because some of them are coming from a generation where it's all been about narcissism, malignant narcissism, where it's all about stepping on the other guy to get ahead. That's why, a simp and a mangina will throw another man over the bus in a heartbeat if it means female validation. So if that's their blue pill reality and they come into the red pill as narcissists, we have to identify, are they narcissists in response to a culture that's trained them to be, or are they actually, psychologically, sociopathic kind of people? And we're going to see both come in and out, and it's going to have ripples in our community. But we need to be, there needs to be a vanguard, for lack of a better term. There needs to be a vanguard that kind of holds on to this stuff, and it's going to be the more educated guys. It's going to be the more old school guys and the older guys that are going to create that vanguard and these principles that are going to help guide wherever this crazy ass train is going.
Yeah, there is a difficulty in distinguishing a new Mgtow from a troll. And
then let's not forget
the damnedest thing.
It's
And
true.
let's not forget the natural weeding out process too. Okay, eventually, narcissists are going to have. I'm sure that they're going to have their lifespan when they come through the Mgtow, and in the manosphere. Everybody's subject to it. I mean, that's just what I'm saying.
It's actually a perfect place for a narcissist. It's much like a religion. I don't know if I would imagine most of you are aware of how narcissists operate, and many of them gravitate toward religions or cults or things of that nature because they can use a whole other system to take advantage of people, and I think some people would assume that Mgtow would be a great bastion to do so. And to a certain extent, I think we have witnessed that with certain content creators, because there's a lot of cult of personality and worship of personality over content. And I don't even have to name names, but we have seen that to an extent. But I don't think it has so far derailed the entire community. It just, it makes it a little bit more up and down. But that's one thing. As I don't know, men of honor. This sounds stupid, but if we do recognize such people, and what's the etiquette for exposing them if we know they are like that, or how do we interact with people that we know don't give a fuck about other men? They don't give a fuck about anybody if it doesn't serve them in a very specific way. How do we address that? Because it's always going to be a thing. So
yeah.
Well, I attack them head on. That's my attitude to it.
We know you well, Nico, enough now.
Yeah, I'm in trouble this week for that.
Yeah, I know. I've noticed. Yeah, but some things you just need to say them out loud, and we need to keep things within a reasonable mindset. Oh God, no, I'm not going to talk about dicks, but I'm going to say the word dick so that you get happy.
The whole chat room just thank you, Nico.
Yeah, it's all lit up there. Guys are going all over the place there in the chat room. Oh yeah, the pot's getting stirred.
Uh-oh. That was not my intention.
No, hey, it just happens. This is what the throwdown is. It's a throwdown. This is it, guys.
But Steve is saying that he thinks I'm narcissistic, and to an extent, I mean, I do advise people to be quite narcissistic, but the thing is, comparable to what? Am I narcissistic comparable to a woman? I doubt it. Am I narcissistic comparable to, when we compare me to other blue pill men? Yes, of course I am. Because are
you the type of narcissist that is causing harm with intention?
No,
of course not. But that's the kind of narcissists that we distinguish here too, right? Are the ones that have intent to cause harm.
I just read an article on this, and women often they confuse narcissism with confidence. And a board member that's on a high rack of taking care of 400 employees under him, and he has a certain confidence about doing that, is often accused of being a narcissist.
I read quite a lot of articles about sociopath and narcissism, and I see a pattern that many of these articles are being written by women, and it's interesting because they'll actually interchange the word narcissist or his or something to do with men, and it's a subtle way that they're writing, but it's a horrible way to basically conflate all men with being narcissists, and it's kind of fucked up. So.
Well, what is a narcissist to a woman? It's a man that doesn't give to that woman.
Right.
That it's not an indifferent man or a man who doesn't care or doesn't give a shit about that woman. It's any man who's not willing to help her, give her something, or provide for her. And that's what Mgtow is. In its essence, it's a very narcissistic movement. If we term it in those female terms. But that's not what it stands for. It's about self-preservation and making sure you're well within yourself and helping other men. That's what we're doing. And
Mgtow is multi-platform. I think it's multi-platform, and in many respects, and with what guys have to deal with, and what they've yet to tackle on. So it's multi-platform, and we're just scratching the surface, Nico, with all this, that we're talking about.
Yeah, if we let women define narcissism, they're going to do what they do with all things. They're going to take it a long way, like they did with misogyny. The word misogyny.
Yes.
They'll have 64 meanings then, and then
that's just it.
Be encompassed in that.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's that George Carlin theme, that whole skit he did about euphemisms. Okay, Euphemistic language. Fuck, it's, that's what's going on, and people believing things prior to investigation. That's a serious problem. People are getting lazy. We're getting lazy, guys.
Yeah, it just comes to show you, I mean, that any time that, people, it's just, I see that there's a huge encouragement for the fact of taking things at face value, right? So, everything now is just at a point where anybody takes anything at face value, and it's the destruction of people really researching things. So it's just kind of like an endless cycle, if you will. I mean, it's just...
Well, and you're kind of in contempt prior to that investigation, right? Really. Yeah. And that's something you got to take into consideration, I find. Geez, I'm just wondering, Joe, guys, was there anything else we've left out? We've covered so much today. Holy shit. And we've got 24... Oh, and then some, but it just goes to show. I mean, and this was a trial thing we discussed, but, getting back to the chat room, guys, is there anything else that we need covering here? I don't know, Joe, maybe wrap up.
I will just say on one thing, though, that I think this is a great, I guess I wouldn't call it an atmosphere, but it's a great environment for men to really get together because, just what I found is that, there are no more spaces left like this that allow us to come in here and shoot the shit like we need to get this stuff off our mind. And this stuff is building in people's minds, and it's getting them, really hyped up, and it's just aggravating people. So I think having this space to allow people to come in here and do this, I mean, it's been said before, but I'm going to say it again. I mean, I think this is the building of something very big here. So that's all I wanted to say, and I appreciate you guys letting me come on.
Hey, and we're looking forward to some of your videos there, Element X. I know for myself I am. So, great work, buddy. Great work, really.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to wrap this up then, huh?
Okay, well, then, do you want to take in some more questions? We've got maybe a couple more minutes, another 20 minutes, Joe, if there's any viable questions that we can attend to here. Steve, in the chat room. No one hates one another. Can you imagine if we went to Starbucks and had these conversations out loud? Yeah, exactly, Steve.
Say that. None of us dislike each other. We sometimes disagree, but we have a real healthy atmosphere around here where we can, say, okay, I think this, and then you say, okay, I think that, and we go, okay, yeah, sure, that's great.
Zeta, you're in Canada, right?
I'm in Canada, yeah.
So, in terms of discussing topics like this is pretty much stuff that you kind of have to. This is a in-car conversation, if you know what I mean. I mean, this is not.
You know what it is? It's kind of like there's some safety right now, being in this space that we're talking about, okay? But when I go outside the door, right? When I'm in the analog world, right? You know what I mean? When I have to deal with my analog, right? It's pretty much hush-hush. And, it's kind of like I live in a city of phonies. Everybody's putting on a fucking mask, okay? It is a town that is business-driven, and it's fast-rising, and it has its own culture accordingly. So, yeah, man, I hope I'm answering you along those lines. Yeah, there is a game that play, and I'm in business, so I have no other choice but to, right? Yeah. And this is, this is how I have to operate.
Isn't that the male filter? We have to filter ourselves and look around and say, "Hey, I hope a woman didn't hear that."
Yeah, exactly. But but there is. Yeah, it's, for example, I've been doing interviews with Romer 45, another med student. He's going to become a doctor, and it's like, we talk in our car. We've had live interviews, and this is in the the greater Toronto area, right? And we got to be careful, and that's one thing. It's like, and I've run into several situations, even in an elevator, where I wasn't even talking about women. I was just talking about men, or mentioned something about men. How I remember the conversation that how we get a beer belly and all this, right? And I mentioned something about, well, this happens to men, and a woman just looked up that was in the elevator and gave me a fucking dirty look. Right? This is my immediate environment, pretty much. And of course, there's other things, other telltale signs. Like I don't approach any women and go up to talk to them and say hi. Where I live in Toronto, holy shit. But let's say, in a particular situation, a conversation, within 3 sentences, okay, she's going to mention, well, my boyfriend and I, right, which is a cue, right? I mean, she's sending that message, verbally, non-verbally. Do you know what I mean, man? Okay, so there's that aspect. And this is pretty much what you get used to, right? That's how you can tell if she's interested or not. And then, all those factors, all those PUA factors with body language, yada, yada, it's becoming ad nauseum.
Yeah,
man, there are certain things, like right now, the kind of MGTOW I live and I am when I walk through the street in my analog world, I don't establish any eye contact. For one, I don't have a need to. Right, and I don't keep walking. I go, oh fuck, I didn't stare at her. What's the matter with you? It's becoming more natural, man. That's what's happening for me because I'm letting go.
I'm the same views as you are. I basically, I go, I do what I need to do, and I come home. I'm not a party person. I'm not really into that kind of stuff. I'd rather much, sit back because I know that the dynamics, especially in today, right now in this particular time, are so complex, and quite honestly, it's pretty dangerous. I just do what I need to do and come home, and because it's just too much to bother with.
But you see, this is just it, Element, okay, is that we are offering a platform of objectivity to the point where we're unraveling everything as we possibly can for men, okay, so that they don't have to second guess themselves, okay? Ultimately, the decision comes down to you, to the individual, right? But, I look at guys in their 20s and their next decade ahead of them, okay, as to how much and to what extent they're going to have to deal with, like somebody like myself and some of the older MGTOWs who went through this in a different era, right? Yeah. This is something you guys, it's tremendous. Keep in mind, in my 20s, it was condomless sex, okay? There was a lot of drugs and a lot of partying. That was my lifestyle. I lived like a fucking rock star, almost to the, and I hung out with those cats too, Yeah. So, you weigh in these factors. No condoms, no sex, AIDS was not happening, okay? It was a fucking bordello, man. I had a fucking field day. Okay, but the level, in the 90s, you get the, you get the AIDS scare now in full swing, and now guys are fucking, are bagging. You know what I mean? Yeah. That changed dramatically. I think the 90s was quite a turning point, right? And sorry, are guys dropping off here? It's
guys are coming back in.
And guys are coming back in. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, this is Steve calling. Did Nico
and
drop
hello,
out?
Steve.
Yeah, Nico. Not bad. Listen, I don't hate Nico. I just wanted to say this, that I think he's got his position is very unyielding, is that, okay, all I'm saying is a lot of MGTOW guys would like to maybe see a system go back where men had control, and obviously I guess this gets into defining what MGTOW is all about. I do like to think that we have options, if that doesn't sound too traditionalist.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you mean by that? Sorry, Steve. Yeah, a little bit. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what you just said? Sorry.
Okay. What I'm going to say is this. Nico has this opinion that I have no desire to get married or have kids and perpetuate the human race. And then, well, I'm looking, what's the end result in this? Okay, obviously we need to procreate to have kids. Do we just? I was thinking one option to this MGTOW would be, since the majority of people are going to procreate and make babies, we'll always have a constant recruitment of people. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, geez. Like no, and I understand where you're going with this. The dynamic is there, Steve. It's yes. going to happen, and it is important. But I think where we're at right now, we're still trying to sort through the things. Right. We're relatively new. And it comes back to that, Steve, okay, in my view, okay? And what you're questioning is the potential, the way that's going to roll over time and eventually get to that point where those deciding factors are going to present themselves. Right. Am I with you there?
Yeah. In other words, we're jumping ahead of ourselves, right? In other words, we're just
starting. That is a bit of a jump ahead, right? But we're just starting right now, and it's to collectively, in a sense, get men at par with this information that we have out, okay? And be able to have the open-mindedness as individuals, to understand where everybody's at, instead of a fucking attacking them and tearing the guy apart because he believes in something different, right?
No, I wasn't attacking him, but I probably
No, don't take it personal, Steve. Okay. I'm just talking in general sense here, and it's more about, about how to, get the skill set in place, right? To listen to everybody and have a really good discussion surrounding that, which I think we accomplished today, Steve. We really have, right?
Yeah, and I think that we did. We absolutely did. And what I got to say about the dating thing, what you said about how women mention my boyfriend, my favorite one is my fiance. The fiance is the
fiance. It doesn't matter, Steve, but it's the point. This is the verbal, non-verbal aspect that she's trying to get across to you.
Yeah, get the hell out of my space.
Get the hell out of my space, and that's just it. Because 80-20 concept, which we discussed. Okay, and this is just it, and this is where, and there's so much value, Steve, in what you said, and especially for younger MGTOW who are trying to unravel this right now. Okay,
the history of
the history. Right. So these discussions need to be had.
About that, Steve.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So, go ahead, Trav.
Yeah, the history of Mgtow. Now, you were around 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, I was around 20 years. I have a very cognizant understanding of the dating scene, probably going back to the late 80s.
Okay, yeah, me too. I've been around for about 14, 15 years. I used to, write a blog. You remember what it was like writing a blog back then?
Yeah, I do. I remember. It was there was bulletin boards, BBS boards. That was a lot of fun. That was before when they just started making digital imaging and all that.
Right. Yeah. We got attacked heavily by blue pills. Now, what we're doing here, and what we've been doing for the last 20 years, is we've been desensitizing the masses to hear us.
Right.
If you look at what we were doing back then, we'd write a blog, we'd get attacked, we'd get flagged, we'd get taken down.
Right.
And then we kept doing that until now we're here on YouTube, and look what we've accomplished in Mgtow.
Right.
And it goes back to that putting the cart before the horse. We got guys talking about genetics and this stuff over here. We're still pushing on where we're going to be heard.
Right.
And to do that, we have to speak out, and speak out strongly, and desensitize the masses. And I hate to use this example, but it's the best one that makes sense to a lot of people. It's what the gays did with the gay parade.
Right.
They went down the street. They totally flamed out, and it desensitized the masses to the gay population. Then they said what they needed to say. Yeah. That's what we're doing. But we're
going to be the told you so guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll get a self-righteous, and we'll be able to look at people and see it from the perspective. Well, we kind of already. This is a good thing, because when I did a podcast 6 years ago with this guy named Cyrus, he said his comment was that men need to be aware of these changes, because if they're not, they're going to be left in the dust. And I think with Mgtow, going 6 years in the future, actually 6.5 now since I did that interview with Cyrus, it's on my site. Basically, men need to be aware of this, because if men don't get on board with this, they're going to be in the dust, because most guys, there are going to be probably a lot more people doing crazy stuff.
Oh, they're going to get hurt.
No, Mgtow is the wake-up call. Yeah. It is the wake-up call for men in the current day and age and the current environment that men are living in. And this is worldwide. Again, the phenomenon of this happening worldwide.
Yeah.
Okay?
The best thing you can do as a Mgtow is just get your voice heard out there now.
Yeah.
And the next time the guy comes around, he's going to go, okay, I can see what you said a little bit. Because he's not going to understand fully. But little by little, we're bringing people in and that took a long time. Don't tone it down. Don't ever tone it down.
I'm not toning it down. Yeah. Let me just say this, because I want to clarify this. I think that my confirmation about Nico was that he's very, as a young guy, he could change in 5 to 10 years. He might be thinking, okay, well, I agree with Mgtow, but he might say, well, maybe I was wrong about the marriage.
Well, this is what I was saying, Steve, earlier on, right? Is to allow guys, the opportunity. Here we are talking today. Where is each individual, you and me, Steve, and Joe, and everybody in the chat room right now? To what extent and where are we all gonna be 6 months from today?
We don't know.
We don't know, yeah.
But let's look back at 6 months and 6 months prior to that, and look at how far we've came. If we did that kind of an introspection,
we can do a graph and a measurement.
Do you know what I'm saying, Steve?
Yeah,
I hope I'm,
We need to archive all these videos. This is another thing.
That's right.
That these archives are crucial that we understand at least a handwritten timeline of what's going on. Now, I can look at, for example, I can go back to 2011 when Paul Elam came out with his A Voice for Men show, and how hard cut. I got all the archives from that year, so I know how he's changed, and we can see this stuff through this thing. And plus, I have an epic email from Paul Elam where he cursed me in September of 2011. He says, "How dare Yeah, he told me, "How dare you tell me to not bring women into this movement? I'll do. You have no evidence of that." And so he already was kind of gynocentricizing his message even as early back then.
But and there's something so cool about what you just said right there. Is that and ties back with a comment that was made last week. We are doing so well without them.
We are.
I mean, look at the breadth of the conversations that we've had today. I mean, holy shit, man! We covered a lot of fucking ground.
Do to Paul? If Paul Elam came into here with his rhetoric, we would tear him to shreds. I mean, he would not stand a chance in there if he kept up. So already it proves that we don't really need a guy like him. I really believed he was a god at the time. I was like, oh my god, he's so articulate. He's a therapist, and he's a Grizzly Adams-looking kind of guy. He looks like he's very intelligent. But then I realized he sold himself out. I mean, he totally gynocentricized his message.
Well, that's the difference with what we've been doing for the past 6 months. In our particular corner of the manosphere. Let's face it, we are just a tiny little smidget of what's going on there. Yeah. But it's had nominal influence, but. Right. Nevertheless, we've had an influence, okay, and we've had guys.
They might have our heads on a new mountain someday. Maybe 10 of us will have our faces carved in like a new Mount Rushmore or something.
Well, you never know. You never know to what extent it's happening. But hey, we're keeping this flame going, man. Okay, and this is it.
Part of this, yeah.
It's fun to be a part of. It's fun to uncover these truths. It's it's you got to do a lot of face slaps. Both yourself and others, and hopefully, start developing those other qualities. Yeah. Post red pill rage, where we have and this goes back to altruist. Get into a program, a self-induced program where you can develop that compassion. Right. Okay. Through awareness training, right? Right. I mean and develop that. I mean, there's also that sector of Mgtow that wants to get into meditation and all that, right? Yeah. And mind training.
Okay, go ahead,
Just to comment on what you said, Steve, in terms of the, just in terms of what this group has done in general. I mean, I've been listening to the discussions here for probably about 3 or 4 months now, and I have noticed so many topics being covered. That's one of the reasons why this has resonated with me so much. And then, but I just wanted to say what you said made a lot of sense, because if you look with some of these people, at least in terms of what you were talking about earlier with women in Mgtow, or the discussions of that, all they talk about is just what other feminists are doing. And look what we're doing. I mean, we're discussing real issues. They're not discussing real issues. For me personally, I don't take them very seriously just because of what I see the content being come out of.
Yeah. Hey, Element, I saw you're 21 years old. I can't believe you got a deep voice. Like, you sound like you're about 36. What's the deal with that? Is it just like you're kind of like an intellectual prodigy where your brain is like fired up at that young age of 21?
No, I don't think it goes to that extent. No, I do smoke, but I guess maybe that explains a bit.
Yeah.
No, I think part of it. No, I think part of it is due to my education. I mean, I think that's part of it, and
I think so too.
What kind of education do you have? A college or?
No, actually, well, I went to private schools when I was younger, and right through since kindergarten, graduated high school, and then I went off and I did a business. I'm currently involved in a business venture with a company right now. I'm working with a good friend. He's the CEO, and we're doing projects. And that has gotten me an opportunity to land a job.
Good stuff.
So are you working this is not an MLM company, is it? Multi-level.
I'm sorry,
marketing?
what?
Is this multi-level marketing?
No, this is a little bit different than that. No, I actually work with an entertainment company that promotes. We do projects and stuff like that. And my job is to, on some levels, deal with the financial and marketing and distribution aspects.
Wow, at 21, you got all that responsibility?
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
That's
Well, the funny thing about it is, go ahead.
Yeah, I was in the exact same field at 21. I was in entertainment, specifically hip-hop, and I did A&R work, promotions, and all that. And I got to tell you, like, with or without women, especially without, if you don't get too caught up, fucking awesome area to be in. You get to deal with artists, you get to deal with intellectuals. It's a crazy ride as long as you can Be mindful.
Well, the thing about it is that when I was 18, I got into the business and I got screwed over right from the start, right? Because I was working with this producer who basically tried to commit contract fraud, basically accused people of taking money, and he was also a narcissist and he was bipolar. We dealt with this guy for a year and a half. By the end of it, we all wanted to strangle him half to death. So right off the bat, I got screwed over, and I learned a very important lesson. And yeah, I mean, misanthrope, you're right. I mean, the business is vicious on so many different levels that they to get to a point where you're dealing with other people's money in such a difficult business to make money in. Learn a lot really quick.
Hey, Element, do you notice what is the dating arena like for a guy like you who's 21 now? I'm obviously not in your generation. Do women give you the fuck off signals all the time, or are you?
On two different levels in terms of first of all, in terms of the work environment, depending on what kind of position that you have, of course, you're going to get certain amounts of attention, whether you're an executive, or either in accounting or in finance relations or whatever. You're going to be dealing with those different people. Now, my situation is a little bit different because I do not personally wish to engage on that level. I'm way too busy to deal. I'm like, for me,
you're actually the perfect MGTOW because you don't give a shit about women at all. That's great.
The reason why is because I've occupied myself with things that I feel matter most. I don't give a fuck about what someone wants to do because I ultimately know. In a business such as this, and let me tell you something about the business of entertainment, all it is a bunch of lies, backstabbing, and it goes even more dark.
Oh, yes, I have a friend that moved to L.A. It's chock full of narcissistic people.
It's psychopath.
It's psychopathic off the charts.
It's disgusting, and it goes even more deep than that, which I won't get into. It's disgusting. And, the problem is, for me, I just have my work cut out for me because I know that in this environment, there is no freaking way that I'm going to be able to find somebody that I can trust in this environment where there's
no, God, no. It's the antithesis of honesty. It's everybody wants to fuck you over. Nobody's your friend in that business.
I mean, like I said before, I got screwed over right when I got started. So what makes me think I'm going to have any difference? So. No, I just don't bother with it.
And unfortunately, that's where these Hollywood producers become cynical bastards. Like, did you ever notice that the script writers in Hollywood always show the most ugliest side of the human condition because their view of humanity is so cynical? Like, for example, if you ever see the movie Crash from 2005.
I remember that.
Yeah, well, the theme of the movie is that no matter how righteous you might think you are, you're a son of a bitch just like everybody else. And I believe that that's wrong. That's not true.
Yeah, that was a David Cronin film.
Yeah, and it was a very much of an idea that everybody who's nice is a scumbag, so don't get on your high horse because you're being persecuted because you're just as bad as they are. That's not true, but a lot of the cynicism is coming from these script writers who live in Hollywood.
Here's the thing about it, right? You're very true about that, and a lot of it is narcissism-based, because just think about it. Here's the reality. If people are controlling a large majority of that industry with their money and their distribution, what makes you think they're going to want anybody else in that position? They're going to want to maintain that position of power. So they could give a fuck about you or anybody else. This is why these people become so narcissistic, because they realize these people are not going to have a fair chance. So what you have to do, if you even dare to step foot in it, is you have to be brutal about, unfortunately, because these people are narcissists. They don't feel, they don't care, and that's it.
Yeah, they promote the idea that there's no point in humanity shooting for a better cause because but the Andy Griffith show was a great show. If you ever watch those old reruns, they always had a moral lesson in every episode. But God, the Andy Griffith show would never survive in the television age today.
Let me tell you something else just real quickly here about Hollywood and sort of. Most of what you have is a lot of these young girls that are coming into the business and they think, oh, I'm so self-entitled that I'm going to get to be my. No, there are hundreds of thousands and thousands of women that will be able to line up to that point. And I'm going to tell you the dirty secret. These women think that they're not going to be able to have to do some dirty shit to get to where they are. Believe me, they do.
Yeah.
And I've seen producers front end, this is how a majority of them get to be where they are. This is no free ride. Nobody gets to do it because they're a good actress, so they work hard. This is a dirty business, and people do dirty things to get to the top.
Yeah, they do. The amount of sex they have to give. Marilyn Monroe was quoted as saying,
the BDSM community is not there just to be the BDSM community. They meet a lot of people there. I'm just going to say that.
yeah, it's filthy. It is a why do people patronize this industry is beyond me. But what I don't like about your entertainment type of business is that they're trying to inflict their own anger issues on the rest of society. And like, for example, a lot of the Jewish producers in Hollywood have no problem making fun of their fellow Jews. They'll make a nerdy Jewish guy and they'll make fun of him. And what they're really doing is they're angry at their own upbringing, so they're going to push it on everybody else. Well, that's and making fun of a poor Jewish guy that may not be able to get a woman, So it's like they have a bone to pick with their very own people.
The reason why that is because, let's just be honest here. There's a political agenda behind everything. Right?
Yeah.
People like Weinstein, that owns one of the largest distribution companies in the entertainment business and has a lot of political say, money, and power over what goes on in Hollywood. And because of that, he's able to meet some very, very powerful political people. And this guy is a son of a bitch. And he will do what he wants in terms of to influence people. You see, when it comes down to the tech field, Silicon Valley, investors' money, it's not a matter of money, it's a matter of power and influence.
Right. It's a creepy, and it's everybody in Hollywood in that industry, and this, I guess you could all relate to this, to the narcissism in Mgtow. It's not getting off the subject, is that they're trying to inflict the most bane or the most diabolical side of humanity and say, well, don't get on your high horse, you self-righteous, because you're just like the rest of us. No, that's not true. Not all of us are like you people, but they want everybody to believe that everybody, like the movie Crash, if you ever get a chance, watch it. The theme of the movie is that no matter how good you are, you're still a scumbag, and I don't agree with that. There's a lot of people that take crap that don't give crap,
Yeah, and just to comment one other thing that just kind of came to my mind. So much of the propaganda is geared towards this. I sat in on a few marketing meetings where they would bring in an ad executive, they'd bring in probably the co-chairman of the marketing company that they would be interested in working with. Mm-hmm. And they said there's only a few different people that actually get to sit down and meet, the director, the writer, maybe the producer, right?
Right.
And then the investor would sit in.
You know what? This is a great subject.
They would sit there and deliberately discuss the advertising and marketing of the movie. There is subliminal messages in all of these movies, and I can tell you this for a fact because I've seen this shit with my own eyes. It's politically based, it's politically forward. Yeah. And the only reason why these people get to make their movies is because they're saying the right things. Now, here's the thing. I really do not agree with what's going on in terms of the whole, gay movement, because there's an underside of this that I do not agree with that I've seen firsthand. And if you look at specifically hometown business, hometown markets in general, this feminine mindedness, if you will, it's pushing towards everything, and the only reason that these people are allowed to get these fields is because they're pushing this certain kind of behind-the-scenes thing.
But the feminism is more of a danger, I think, than the pro-gay thing. I think by far, gynocentrism, straight hetero gynocentrism, is by far more dangerous than the gays, because the gays don't really make people gay. But gynocentrism is a powerful political movement that it's like a steamship, or it's like a tank out of control,
It is, and it's the elephant in the room that in Hollywood, in terms of a liberal progressive sense, if you open your mouth the wrong way, this is why the old saying in Hollywood goes, be careful who you talk to, because you never know who they might know. And that's very true, because deep in the seeds of the business, there's political agendas, there's political influence, and that money ties to that, and power and influence, all this other crap. So that you would expect, this is why you see all these movies that are coming out now. If you pay very close attention to the message behind these movies, women-based, women-centered, women-focused, women storyline-driven, women
victimization, that's a big one.
Propaganda, women, and it's ridiculous, and I'm sick of it. And this is why, this is just. But anyways, it's done on purpose.
Well, you're a smart guy for a 21-year-old guy that you talk like somebody who's a 40-year-old, like 30-year-old
really?
Or something. Yeah, I'm listening to this. I can't believe this is a 21-year-old guy talking.
It's just because of the fact that I have a very, I don't know, maybe it's just the fact that I have the Scorpio in me, if you will, know. But it's just the fact that I like, under knowledge that, is hidden from the general sense, and also just being able to be exposed to it. Because what I found what I have found is that there is not, you're not going to get the answers on TV.
No.
That's right, man. Exactly.
Underneath the carpet, and
bingo.
You have to be able to understand what is the center focus. This is why I did my last video. about you have to look up. They want you to look down because the reality is the people that fund the shit are influencing it, and believe me, they have power more than just some little woman would. All right.
Yeah, you notice how you'll never see them. They'll never make a special on what goes on behind the scenes when they write a script in Hollywood, because you would see because you imagine them saying no, we need to make it more powerful so that it makes people look worse. They would the kind of discussions that they have behind the scenes. It's probably got to be the most pornographic.
I'm not even joking you. That literally does go on because, like I said before, politically based people are going to go in there and look. The WGA, the Writers Guild of America, SAG, all these unions are politically based, and they influence the kind of laws, if you will, that go into the entertainment field. So they have to go through this filter, if you will. This is why you have to sign 30,000 pieces of paperwork just in order to be able to make a goddamn movie. It's insane. It's all propaganda. The whole thing's propaganda.
They always show the worst but I think the trend in the last 10, 15 years has been making movies showing the worst of human nature and saying, ha ha, well, if you think you're so righteous, you're just as bad as those people. And I really hate that.
That's a great thing that you bring up, and the reason why that is because if you can make a population more cynical and apathetic toward each other, they are going to look at products and things to fill that void they're not.
Yes, good point. Yes, we are making
that is correct.
Material is filling. If we don't believe in the human condition, we might as well put materialism in place of it, because
this is why you see these major companies like Apple, major computer tech companies in Silicon Valley. It's a boys' club of some very tight-knit group of people that only get to be in that group. And these people are extremely smart. They realize the gender dynamics, and they know what's going on. So they realize, okay, well, a society, I mean, it's so ridiculous. You go on YouTube and some of these fucking people will destroy iPads. This is like Greece, right before the fall. People don't care if they can buy garbage, they can consume mindless consumption. There was a guy that was discussing this perfectly. Forgot his name. I'll link if I can find it, I'll link it here.
Yeah, I'd love to see this.
But he describes the consumerism behavior in terms of how the psychology of people buy crap. And what they found is that, first of all, you start them young, right? So here's an example. And this is what's really scary about the younger generation, specifically with the environment of society now, right? If you go to a toy store and you see, I mean, I don't know if anybody's seen it, but you can see a thing where it's like a baby holder for an iPad.
Yeah.
You can put the iPad in, it has all these like little baby toys around it. So it's training children to be responsive to technology and stimulus. Now, when you do this, you're then programming in the minds of these young kids, because it's going through the filter of not only Apple, the major tech billionaire company, but also the touching the apps, that immediate response in the brain. You carry this through your life, and you're going to have a severe problem with brain-dead people. Just the other day, I saw a guy standing in the middle of the grocery store, staring at his phone for literally 2 minutes, right in the middle of the aisle. I mean, this is not okay.
Yeah, well, it's addictive too. It's hypnotic, the technology. I mean, there's no doubt. But I mean, I wish there was some relief, and I guess the only relief we have is these chat discussions, because I always think I'm crazy. If you discuss anything we're talking about to an average person on the street, they'll look at you like you're some crazy weirdo. Like they don't even know that Hollywood's got an agenda to push narcissism.
That's fair, Stephen. And because of Zeta, you mentioned this before. I remember having kind of conversations while I was on drugs at parties with regular people, or what seemed to be regular people. And because we're on drugs, and because it's a temporary time frame, because we're partying, we're going to go our separate ways, let's not forget that even though we may think they're blue pillars, the masses, there's a huge portion of those masses that are able to be intelligent. They're just being lulled into bullshit. And all they need to know is they need more men like us to start these conversations, because they do have things to say. They have information to offer. And
they're sleepwalking, man. They're sleepwalking through life, essentially, is what you're saying, altruism. Correct me if I'm wrong, sorry.
But do you realize how much pain it takes to learn this, Mgtow? For a person to study these disciplines, like just learning about, this takes tremendous effort, and most people take the path of least resistance. It's a lot easier. Like I'm a marathon runner, and I was able to accomplish the goal of running a sub-3 marathon in my 40s like 4 or 5 times. But the effort it took me to do do that was so painful? But yet, it's easy to take the path of least resistance and go out there and take, you know.
That is very true.
And so intellectually, it's not any different. It's you try to inflict this idea on people, they start to get real. They call it cognitive dissonance too, where people are, whatever they're conditioned to believe, anything that goes against it creates what's called pain in the brain.
Well, Steve, that's why they have.
Yeah, go ahead.
Steve, that's why they have. That's one of the reasons why, especially when tech companies. Have you ever? I don't know if you've ever heard of this before, but they actually will have companies, or I guess I don't know if it's security companies or any other kind of company that will go in and search the room for microscopic bugs, like listening in on their conversation.
Oh, yes.
So the reason why, I mean, this is, I guess, you know, why they keep this stuff secret from other people is because in this sense they have destroyed any kind of ability for smart people to be comfortable with asking questions that are maybe controversial. I love controversy.
Yes.
The things I have researched, and I just wanted to touch upon what you said about the pain of learning about this stuff.
Yeah, it's called cognitive dissonance. Yeah, there was a doctor that one quick I want to say. There was an American doctor, Italian doctor that actually said there was a phenomenon, he called it pain in the brain, where when you confront people with this, there actually is a pain trigger that causes people to get pain, so they don't want to hear the truth.
That's right.
Yeah, and I just, exactly, and that's, you know, I had to face that myself because it's just like taking the red pill, if you will, when, for the younger MGTOWs out there, you take it, and you go through this questioning of reality, because I think the problem is people do not want to think that they're not in control of their life.
Right.
They do not want to think that there's something else more powerful, more greater, and a bigger message behind something going on. And I think when you tell people that message, it can psychologically destroy somebody, which is why I question who do you need to give this information to, because this isn't everybody. I almost damn near went crazy learning some of the things I learned that I can't talk about here. I mean, it's that serious.
Well, that's good that you're talking about it. And one other thing I'm going to say is, you know, I was thinking, isn't it, with this modern technology and being able to bug people's emails and phones, do you realize the advantage the advertisers have? They literally know everything that's going on. They can listen to any conversation.
Oh, yeah.
So a ditzy, airheaded blonde, they know in 24/7 what's going on in her life. They could arbitrarily pick a
Let me tell you something in terms of, I can tell you this from a fact. I met an advertising company that was discussing Instagram and social media relations with
they can
how
study
that advertisement. What they did was they did a study, or they did some kind of research demographic. All they have to do now is basically go onto an age demographic of, let's say, for example, women or men and girls mainly, because it's on Instagram, 18 to 20. Okay, what do they upload? What do they post? And what do they like to talk about? Well, there's my demographics, and now all I have to do is cater to that. So basically, it's a free open source for advertisers.
It's a free open source of information on people. But now they can listen and read emails, so they have people within the element that are not only just doing numerical data, they can find out what the ditzy airhead's talking about. And, oh, I got to pick up Jesse we're going out to the bar tonight, and, you know, the superficial fluff stuff. But they've got it down to a science.
All you go to, and the food you order, and the things you do, and all they have to do is they build a advertising profile on that demographic and you specifically, and they can target everything. So basically, they can get to a point now where their advertising is so good and so subliminal, because most people don't know where to look for this stuff, that they automatically are influencing people's moral, psychological, and decision makings without them even noticing.
Yeah, that's amazing.
You know, Go ahead. No, Steve, this is what Element is saying is very true. I go back to when I took a media studies course back in the early 1994s, right, around that time.
Yep.
You know, it's pretty much, there's a science. The science of persuasion plays a lot. And much of this, Steve, that you and I have touched base on, which we're familiar with, is that 80-20 rule.
Yeah.
The media is really playing that 20%.
Yes,
okay?
yes, they
Which
know.
eventually, and this is the thing, and this is a topic that's not being discussed, is, you know, getting back to, and Element, I hope I'm still on track with you here, buddy, okay, is that when it gets to scenarios like a multicultural city, okay, where you have the SMV in play, okay, and you've got that 80-20 perception where the majority of the women are looking at that 20%, well, guess what? That includes all the women from all the different nationalities, right, and the different cultures.
So in other words, the Eastern European women living in Toronto were all shooting for the Anglo-Saxon looking guys.
Exactly, and so are so is the Latina.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
she is. I mean, it would be the prize of the prize, to go there. Now, here's the problem: you take the men, okay, who have to deal with these women who are focused on that 20%. That's where the problem goes, buddy.
Right.
That's where the problem is. Do you follow me on that? Does that make sense?
I totally follow. Yeah, and women are.
Yeah. And that's the discussion right there. And this is what's jading guys, because what happens, I think, the trigger of Mgtow, okay, at the back of the man's mind is betrayal.
Betrayal,
okay?
Right.
It's the betrayal. It's being lied to. That's the source of the red pill rage right there and then. And in fact, remove the red pill.
Right.
The exploration and the study here is, if you really want to focus on the quote-unquote red pill rages, really study the effects of betrayal.
Right.
Okay, and this is, until you get the whole evolution of betrayal and what formulates the Mgtow man, from that. And it's not that it's going to be a man that's going to be a rageaholic, fucking kill everybody. I'm going to be a raging idiot, lunatic. No, it is about transcendence. Okay.
Yeah, but I want to say this also. These advertising executives probably understand what we understand tenfold. Or not tenfold.
Of course, man.
They're
They do.
We're 3 steps. Yes, but they understand
this kind of intel is worth money, Steve. This kind of intel is worth a lot of money.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what's scary is the people who, let's say, run Match.com know that it's a sausage fest. They know that there are way more guys. They understand everything. So they'll lie to you. You could talk to a girl at Match.com on the phone and say, well, what do you think of the male to female? They already are programmed to say, oh, it's such an equal ratio of men to women. It's just they're all liars. They're pathological. They know that these advertising execs know that the dating scene and the mating game is a sausage fest, and that women They know it.
About Steve, have you paid attention to the Ashley Madison scam? There's a group of people suing that company because they did, I don't know if it was part of a litigation suit, but they uncovered information that there was actually, like they said, they did statistics and the website lied to the men.
Yes.
There was actually a lot more women. They're actually
it's all a lie. Women don't need Ashley Madison to have an affair. Why would they need it in the first place? Women can have an affair. The women could go to a Starbucks and find a nerdy guy on his lap. I was saying about when you go into Starbucks and you see a single guy sitting by himself on his Apple, he's secretly saying, I want to find a girl, but this is better than the bar scene. So a woman on Ashley who would normally go on Ashley Madison could just pick up a guy anywhere. She could go to a Starbucks. She could go to you're right. The Ashley Madison debacle basically is that there are
high SMV women are aware of this, okay, and they play it. And you're right, Steve. They will play that, okay. It is very easy for a woman from a 7, 8, or 9 scale, okay.
Tens, of course, 4 to 5 even get something.
But that's just it. But that's where the 80-20 rule, Steve. What you just said there, it's now influencing the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s, thinking that they can get the top 20% of the men out there. This is where the problem is. This is a huge imbalance and a huge cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, so the Ashley Madison thing is basically that there were all these women that are
feeding right into that, man.
They're not out there. There are more horny penises. The Ashley Madison thing is probably 8 guys to 1 woman on that site. I guarantee it. They're all fake profiles.
Yeah, it is. And the advertising company, like you said, Steve, the advertising companies know it. And if you really want to get, here's the funny thing is that advertising companies do not look for, demographics are not the only thing they look for. They actually look for things that, if you study certain advertisement companies and how much where they buy their money, it's in things like human behavior experiments and shit like that, because they know how to influence a society.
That's right.
Have you ever seen that movie called They Live before?
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's a great cult movie from '88. That's with Rowdy Roddy Piper.
It's pretty much the exact same situation. That's the best way to sum it up.
John Carpenter got blacklisted because of that. They said what happened was after he made that, nobody in Hollywood wanted to touch him because he really wanted to kind of expose the behind-the-scenes operations of the yuppie culture of that age, and he made that. It was a great movie, good effects, too.
And the funny thing about it is that if you look at the movies in terms of, there's a lot of good, directors out there that are actually in their movies are trying to tell messages to people about what's kind of Spectra by James Bond illustrated operations.
Right. That's interesting. Zeta, you got great commentary too. I can't believe I'm talking to a 21-year-old back there. He's got his shit together.
Well, but that's just it. I mean, he's able to articulate, and now, geez, we're really pedestaling their elements. No, but I mean, we got to take this is what I'm saying. We got to take this into consideration, Steve. We've been touching base about the evolution of MGTOW and all that. Taken into spectrum, the full spectrum of men that are touching base. Here in walks element X here. Okay, I highly suggest you look over his material, his content.
I'm going to,
see where it's coming from. But these are the kind of guys. So there is an element here, Steve, about the level of intelligence. Okay, across a full spectrum in itself, right? That is attracting guys, like the element X's, and what Joe and I actually talked about. When's the next bar going to happen, right? And it's like for every guy that packs up, right, and takes off and closes his channel down, there's going to be another 2 or 3 that are popping up. So there's definitely something going on, okay? I mean, if we really want to study, causes and effects here, something is definitely kicking.
Hey, guys, so on a positive note, I've gotten a lot more subscribers in the last week. I got 100, and it's slowly creeping up. But I'm not saying it's everything, but I think the key to having good content and subscribers is consistency. I wasn't consistent for a while, but I think if I do those random MGTOW rants once every day, even if it's 5 minutes, it's a good way to kind of touch base on little subjects.
But keep in mind, we have an element going on here where we suit up and we show up, okay, at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard, okay? And, there is that element that, everything pretty much goes. There's no bars held kind of thing in our discussions. We do follow a particular format. We exercise due etiquette at certain times too, right? But we're definitely building some kind of a momentum, and it's rubbing off, out there. And that's, I think... This is part of the evolutionary study, Steve, that that we actually want to formulate in real time. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
No, it's not about money either. One advantage we have is that we're not motivated by money, so we're not looking at the dollars and cents end of whether or not does this make sense to spend time on these videos? It's not making us money. Well, no. How about I don't give a shit? That's even all the more reason why charity is better than even corporate welfare, because charity just says, look, I'm willing to help out. I don't care. I'm a plumber.
I agree. I don't plan to make any money off of my channel. I'll never put up anything like that because I believe that the message itself is more important, and plus I don't want to go through all that crap, because here's the other thing that you have to think about. If you do end up starting a channel based around talking about men's issues in this kind of environment, you're gonna have to be wary of what kind of potential political issues you might have to face dealing along the lines. I just don't want to get myself caught up into that.
Right.
Well, what's interesting about you said there, Element, is I'm in a country now where I'm going to have to be vigilant, right? Because maybe this discussion I might not be able to have. And it sounds kind of odd, living in a North American country where potential, right-wing measures are going to be taken by a left-wing government. It's fucking weird. But then again, these are part of the things that we need to be aware of, the changes that are happening globally. Listen to the other guys. I'm like myself, I'm particularly interested in what the Latino MGTOWs are saying in Spanish, right? And be able to connect the dots there as well. But there are these elements that we've discussed here, the impact of media, okay? Understanding the whole dynamics and all those things that you outlined, Element. Okay, the way things are going, and of course the current trends that maybe us older folks, right? Steve, myself, right? Joe, you're in tune with that Element, and this is exactly the way we need to generate and keep things going.
Hey, you guys, I have to go. I got to do some shopping, but it was nice talking to you, and I want to continue this next Sunday, okay?
Oh, yeah, I think we're on a roll here, so yeah, stay tuned.
Thank you Yeah, I'll stay tuned. Hey, thanks a lot, Element. It's nice to talk. I'm glad you have a lot of input about the entertainment industry. I thought I was crazy. Well, I didn't. I kind of knew it by the way my friend told me, but you're confirming to me what I knew, that it's pushed by narcissism.
And here's the thing I just want to say before you go here, Steve. You're not. I mean, here's the thing. Everybody wants to believe these people are crazy because they actually might. Here's the thing. They don't want people to know that they actually know what they're talking about. Right. That's why they tell these people so. You're not crazy. I myself thought I was going crazy when I learned stuff, but the reality is the reason why you think you're going crazy is because you have possibly just might have found the solution to all of the problems that you are facing. That is very intense because it just doesn't go to whatever issue you're discussing personally. It goes all the way back
further than anybody could imagine. I mean,
hey, only
that's
men
just
could
the way-
formulate these decisions. It seems like I don't think women could ever sit as 50 women
No,
could
and here's
talk
the
about
thing. Here's the
this.
thing.
Would never happen.
When-
Women could not do this.
Yes, exactly. And men have always made and developed the world around them. They always have.
Right.
They still do.
Yeah.
If these women think that, oh, well, there's, even if there is going to be a first lady president, regardless of the fact, which I don't think personally is going to happen,
Yeah.
they are still people behind the scenes pulling her fingers, telling them, and those guys are men. I mean, that's just the bottom line.
Yeah. And okay, I gotta leave, guys. Nice chatting with you, and we'll
Good,
continue
Steve.
this
Yeah.
next week. Yeah, see you later.
Absolutely.
Later, Steve. Take care.
Good stuff, man.
Take care, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Gotta get
And then there were three.
Yeah, we got to get Steve the G Plus app so he can just kind of chime in during the week and everything.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And as well, you, Element, you're going to be sticking around. Well, sticking around, I mean, hanging out with us on Sundays.
If like I said, I love hanging out with this chat, and what you guys do here is great. I mean, I love the discussions here. I would be honored.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, man. And I hope it inspires some of the content that you're putting out there. I'm definitely tuned in, so I wait anxiously.
It's going to be juicy. It's going to be real juicy.
Yeah, it's going to get juicy, and hopefully that can rub off on some of your content too as well. But hey, I think you've got a lot to offer there, so it'll be nice to sit back and and see you evolve, man. Seriously.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay, Zeta, is it about time to close this thing out?
I think it is, man. I'm starting to get giddy and not making any sense at all.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go and get myself a beer and settle in for the night. So.
Yeah, good man, good man.
Okay, I'd like to thank everybody that was in today, and the whole 8 hours of it. We had a lot of different opinions. We had a lot of great opinions, and this will be pretty much the format going through the winter. We'd like to get more guys in. We'd like to hear from everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe, I just wanted to put out there to guys too as well. If leave us some comments how you found the second part of the throwdown. We'd like to hear. And if you have any pertinent questions, one of the things sometimes is coming up with subjects to topics to talk about, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if anybody has anything, please, come to my website, my channel, Zeta X. I now go under Zeta Shrugged, but it's got the throwdown, and by all means, after I upload this, by all means, join the common thread, and because there are guys showing up there, and, some guys asking for advice, so anybody listening in, by all means, drop by and add to the discussion there too as well. Okay, so if you have any subjects, any topics, by all means, shoot them out. Okay. Back to you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close this out, and thanks for showing up, Mgtows, and just be yourself and do something, get out there, and be happy. And thanks a lot, Mgtows. You all take care.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Am I closing out?